please be seated. We will start the unity dinner with a wonderful, exciting panel discussion. So please be seated, and you have the table number allocated, and we welcome all of you in the beautiful evening today, Friday. So we'll start in a minute, I think. Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. We'll start in 30 seconds here. So first off, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you. My name is Ramesh Konda. I am the President of Indo-American Community Federation, IACF. We are hosting the annual Unity Dinner today. This is the 21st annual Unity Dinner. So we have the program booklet on each of the tables. Please refer to the booklet which has the description of the program today and sequence and the timing. So we will try to stick to the time as much as possible. So please bear with us, and thank you again for being with us on a Friday evening. It's going to be a wonderful program today. So I would like to invite Shaila Jutsi. She is the granddaughter of our Jeevan Jutsi. Jeevan Jutsi is well known, no intro is required. He is the founder and chairman of the IACF. So I would like to invite our Shaila, 8-year-old, emerging youth leader. She has the dynamism and also leadership skills, and she is the emerging young child here who is going to introduce our panel discussion. Please give a round of applause to Shaila. Please come on here. So Shaila is going to introduce the panel.
Good evening. My name is Shaila Zutti, and I am 8 years old. I am delighted to be here tonight to introduce the panel, The Rise in Gun Violence. When people have asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up, it's always three things: a singer, the First Lady President, and an activist to stop gun violence. When I found out about the topic on tonight's panel, I was a little uneasy. And a little excited. I was glad the conversation was happening, but sad that it is so needed. I have had to do lockdown drills at school this year, and they left me feeling scared and upset. I know my parents didn't do them when they were kids, and it's been disturbing that it's just the way things are now. I hope by the time I'm old enough to be an activist, things have improved. And school shootings is a thing of the past. But until then, I can't think of a more important topic to reflect upon. With that, I would like to introduce Anjali Zutti, the moderator of the panel. Anjali is an attorney at the Department of Energy, National Nuclear Security Administration, advising clients on national security and intelligence matters related to nuclear weapons. She began her career as a litigator at a large law firm, also detailed as a special assistant U.S. attorney at the Department of Justice, prosecuting criminal misdemeanor cases. She graduated from the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown University and also completed a dual degree program at the American University, where she earned her law degree and master's degree in national security. She has received numerous awards and recognitions for her work in the field of nuclear security, including the Secretary's Achievement Award, the highest recognition bestowed upon an employee in the department, both in 2019 and in 2023. And if that's not enough, she also happens to be my mom, which is probably her most impressive achievement. So without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to my mama.
Good evening. I'm happy to be here tonight to serve as moderator for our panel this evening. Please bear with me. I'm actually recovering from laryngitis, so I'm a little hoarse this evening. I want to start out by introducing our panel of very accomplished panel participants. So first we have Dr. Harmesh Kumar. He is a licensed clinical psychologist with 39 years of experience in the field of mental health with a private consulting practice. He's currently working as a psychologist in the inpatient psychiatric program with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Dr. Kumar also wears numerous other hats. He serves as Dean of International Students at Rayat Bhara University in India, and is establishing collaborative relationships for dual degree programs with American universities. He's owned and operated several California state licensed assisted living and skilled nursing facilities across California, and is the founder and president of several nonprofit mental health agencies in California, which provide mental health awareness and resources to those who need it most. Additionally, he's trained in the use of controlled force with inmates who are a danger to self and others. Dr. Kumar has received various honors for his professional and community services and his work with others in the mental health and community development has been recognized by President Bill Clinton, as well as members of Congress, State Senate, and State Assembly. Currently, Dr. Kumar is running as a candidate for the U.S. Senate. Next, I'd like to introduce District Attorney Jeff Rosen. He's a nationally recognized leader in criminal justice reform. His changes to one of the largest prosecutorial offices in the country include reducing the jail population, diversion programs for nonviolent offenders, expungements for low-level drug crimes, prison reform, and promoting the highest ethical prosecution standards. This all while keeping crime at its lowest rate in decades by vigorously and successfully prosecuting offenders such as murderers, rapists, and drug traffickers. Since 2011, Mr. Rosen has overseen the largest prosecutor's office north of Los Angeles, serving a population of almost 2 million. Mr. Rosen has received numerous awards, including the Justice Award from the Northern California Innocence Project, the Wester Sweet Award for Legal Activism from the NAACP, and the Unity Award from the Minority Bar Coalition, to name just a few. Next, we have Desiree Campbell, the City of Fremont Council member. For over 25 years, Ms. Campbell has dedicated her time to helping the Fremont community. She served students and families on the Fremont Board of Education for the past 10 years and served the Fremont community for over 25 years. She served in several capacities, including being a board member of the Fremont Education Foundation, delegate to the California School Boards Association, former Fremont Human Relations Commissioner, and serving on the Fremont Unified School Board of Trustees, to name a few. She holds a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration and a Master's degree in Public Administration and a Master's in Governance. Next, we have Fish Stark, the head of program and curriculum at Everstarts. Fish Stark is a child development expert and social entrepreneur with roots in Fremont. After studying under leaders in the child development field at Yale and Harvard, Fish has worked in the public, private, and nonprofit sectors, developing new approaches to education that help children thrive, develop 21st century skills, and prepare for active citizenship. Fish's work has taken him across the world in partnership with organizations such as the Red Cross, the Aspen Institute, and Lady Gaga's Born This Way Foundation. He is currently the head of program at a California-based education technology startup that develops software that helps children learn essential life skills to prepare them for the future of work. Fish holds a master's in education from Harvard University and a bachelor's from Yale University with a certificate in education studies. Outside of work, he serves on the board of the International Bullying Prevention Association, volunteers with political action groups, and is an award-winning stand-up comedian. Next, we have Ragini Echam. She's a concerned parent here tonight. She began her career as a business systems and financial analyst for several startups, mid-size and large companies. Her industry experience led her to co-found a software services company in 2004. Since then, she's been running the company successfully by serving several multinational clients across the US with more than 500 employees. Through her dedication and hands-on leadership skills, she was able to innovate into new areas of growth. Attrition rates were extremely low and employee satisfaction high due to her positive attitude and trust in employees. Ragini holds a master's in business management from NDNU, and additionally, she takes care of her family and she graces the stage at Guru Shraddha, an Indian classical dance academy, which empowers nascent entrepreneurs with Thai and weaves threads of compassion through various community tapestries. Next, we have Teresa Kang. Council member Teresa Kang was first elected for a 2-year term to represent North Fremont's District 1 in 2018. She is the first council member to represent North Fremont in 12 years. Councilmember Kang believes that working and creating jobs for a local community is necessary for the economic vitality of Fremont. In 2016, she opened Milk and Honey Cafe, her own small family restaurant business in Fremont. Councilmember Kang also enjoys volunteering for her local PTA and the Fremont Rotary Club. She's fluent in Mandarin, Cantonese, Taiwanese, and is studying Spanish. She received a BA in Business and Economics from UCLA. In 2000, she obtained her MS in Traditional Chinese Medicine, and she's currently pursuing a doctoral degree in Education Leadership at San Jose State University. Inspired by her 2 children who are both on the autism spectrum, Councilmember Kang has been passionate about educational equity and fair school funding, particularly those of special needs. So please give us a round of applause for this esteemed panel. So before we delve into our discussion, I'd like to provide some important parameters and context. The objective of tonight's discussion is to be informative and thought-provoking. I'd request a refrain from politicizing the issue and to make sure we focus on the questions being asked and be respectful of all the views presented. A little background on our topic. The Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution gives Americans the right to bear arms, and about 1/3 of U.S. adults say they personally own a gun. At the same time, President Joe Biden and other policymakers earlier this year proposed new restrictions on firearm access in an effort to address gun violence ranging from rising murder rates in some major cities to mass shootings. To give you an idea of the magnitude of this issue and why it's so so important, why we're talking about it, I wanted to share a few statistics. Last year, America saw overall death rates from firearms rose to the highest level in nearly 3 decades. The year saw a record number of mass casualty shooting incidents, including several allegedly motivated by hate. According to gunpolicy.org, 75% of the world's 875 million guns are civilian-controlled. Roughly half of these guns, 48%, are in the United States, which has the highest rate of gun ownership in the world. Most American children are just as likely to be killed by a gunshot as they are by cancer. In fact, firearm-related injury is the second most common cause of death for children, accounting for 15% of all child deaths. Last year, more than 600 mass shootings took place in the United States. Every 16 hours, someone in the US is killed by an unintentional shooting. These statistics are incredibly profound and disturbing, and unfortunately, there are so many more. But what it tells us is that our country is in crisis, and it's an issue that everyone needs to be thinking about. So with that, I'd like to begin our questions this evening. As I mentioned, we had 600 mass shootings in 22. Those are the ones that grab headlines, but they account for a small percentage for the more than 40,000 US gun deaths recorded in 2022. As far back as 2018, US had about 400 million firearms, more guns than the country's population. Given these numbers, let's set the stage for the current state of affairs. I'd like to direct our first question to District Attorney Rosen. What can you share about the severity of gun violence in our communities?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the question. One other statistic I would just add that I think illustrates the points you're making is that there have been more mass shootings in the United States this year than there are days in the year. So a mass shooting is defined by the FBI as 4 or more individuals killed in one incident, and there has been more than one incident like that per day in our country this year. Our county is no oasis from gun violence. Gun violence costs our county approximately $1 billion a year in terms of prosecution costs, hospitalization, economic loss, all other kinds of damage, public health expenses. So it's a serious issue in our county, and the approach that we have to take, which I think our panel illustrates tonight, is a multidisciplinary approach that certainly involves law enforcement, but also has to involve mental health and hospitals and schools. So I can just tell you from the law enforcement perspective, we have a crime strategies unit and a gun team in our county that focuses on removing guns from individuals who are not allowed to possess them, from ridding our community of what are called ghost guns, which are guns that are very, very difficult to trace and often are automatic weapons which are not lawful in our state. And in addition, trying to work in neighborhoods where there's a tremendous amount of gun violence to reduce that and make life more livable and better for people in those communities. So those are some of the ways we approach it, but it's really a problem that we think about every day in the district attorney's office, and we devote a lot of resources towards trying to address it.
Dr. Kumar, having had an opportunity to closely interact with several violent offenders, what can you tell us about the triggers or patterns in perpetrators?
No, thank you, Anjali, for inviting me to this panel. It's a very complicated question, but there are some indicators which psychologically we have found out that people, those who do this kind of violence, especially in the school shooting. There is all of you could look at it, there is a podcast from LA. It's called laisnotconfidential.com, laisnotasconfidential.com. So I'm going to quote some, this podcast is being done by a psychiatrist, forensic psychiatrist and psychologist. I just attended a conference last week in San Diego, and some of the things which came up there, one major thing about these people is that most of the time, the family members or the near and dear one know about these individuals that they're going to do something. That's the key factor. Majority of these mass shooting people, they tell either their friends or their family member that they are planning to do something. 60 to 90% of that, of these shooters, they tell the family member or loved one. Sometimes they even post it on the social media. That's the one factor. And the second is that they call about 4 Ds. People, those are normal initially, but they become very suicidal. And people, those who become suicidal, they become very, very disruptive in their behavior. They become very, very dysregulated in their behavior emotionally. They get very a kind of suicidality is on top of it. From 30% to 90% of the shooters, they are shooting because they are suicidal. So we need to recognize mental health as such. There are studies by the Violence Project, and there are only 10% of the cases which has mental health component to it. Mental health, we define people, those who are psychotic, those who have no relationship with reality or they have distorted reality. Only 10% of the shooters are from that category, from mental. And most of the people with mental health, they don't shoot other people, they hurt themselves. But there is a media narrative that mentally ill people do these things, but mentally ill people are not the those who do majority of the shooting. So we have to detach that aspect from it. And the other thing is that recently what we have seen, that people, those who have a grievance or complaint against somebody or against the system we cannot define. And then what we have seen in our country, that we are being divided into different categories by our politicians. And then when you listen to Fox News or listen to CNN, sometimes you wonder if you live in the same country. So some of these people, they being radicalized because of social media, and they have some internal processes going on, and we do identify those risk factors. Even the leakage, when people, they call it leakage when they tell that I'm going to do something, even the leakage, they have found that most of the leakage have been found false. Some of the kids say that I'm going to do something and I'm going to do this tonight, but it comes out to be false. So they found out what are the people really who are doing this kind of horrible act. What is different than the majority of the people, those who say they'll do it, but they don't do it. So we'll go more into that character.
So, having established these grave circumstances our nation is facing with respect to gun violence, I kind of want to narrow in on the impact this is having on our youth. There were more school shootings in 2022, 46, than in any year since 1999. Since the infamous Columbine shooting, there have been 377 school shootings, which have resulted in more than 349,000 students having experienced gun violence. These numbers are staggering. Specifically, what kind of mental health issues are plaguing our youth? Desiree, or you can go ahead and start.
Thank you, Anjali, for that question. Our youth are facing unprecedented mental health issues and challenges, most of which we probably don't think about when we think about social media and the impact that social media is having on our students. Also, the digital impact that social media and being behind a computer has on students and their inability to socialize, their experiences with not developing their social skills adds to their mental anxiety. And certainly we know that COVID-19, the pandemic, played a huge role in the mental health of our children. We also see the fiscal demands that go on in families play a big role, particularly living here in the Bay Area where it's very, very expensive to live and families are struggling financially. That has an impact on our students as well. I think that one of the things that we saw in Fremont Unified is our ability to be able to respond to those challenges that our students are facing. The state has also come up with additional funding that will help support some of the issues that our students are facing as well. But I do think that the problem has always been there, but the pandemic and this virtual schooling had a tremendous impact on our students. And we're hoping that now that they're back in the classroom, that some of this can be alleviated. Thank you.
Just to add to what Desiree was saying, we saw in the most recent Surgeon General's report from Dr. Vivek Murphy that over the past 10 years, we've seen a 40% increase in anxiety and depression, severe mental health issues in young people. Now, if you look at that data longitudinally, if you look at the 90s, starting in around 1991, sort of the 20 years before the last 10 years, it's a pretty straight line, And then around 2012, you see this huge spike. So what happens in 2012? Two things. Number one, that's the age where most American kids start to get smartphones and get on social media, as you were talking about. Number two is Sandy Hook and the advent of the active shooter drill becoming a normal part of kids' lives in schools. And so what's happening in a kid's mind in a world where gun violence in their classroom might be an immediate reality? In the work of child mental health prevention, we talk a lot about agency, right? Also referred to locus of control. Do you feel like you are a person who things happen to? Or do you feel like you are a person who makes things happen? And the more instability, the more threat there is in a kid's life, the weaker that locus of control is. Whenever a child is under threat, whether it's from domestic violence or bullying or poverty or the potential of gun violence, their brain development is interrupted by what we call toxic stress. Right? They are in fight or flight mode. They are not able to slow down and think. The reason we call it toxic stress is because it acts like a poison. Right? It literally impedes the development of new neural pathways, the ability to learn. And I think it's important to use those words, toxic stress, poison, because what we all know is that this is a policy choice, right? This state of school shootings in America, it doesn't happen in Sweden, it doesn't happen in England, it doesn't happen in Germany. It's due to the gun laws we have and the culture we have around mental health. And we need to recognize that it is causing harm and even death, not just in the communities unlucky enough to be touched by horrific acts of gun violence, but in every single kid who goes to school with the possibility of a shooter entering their building, it is putting a poison in their minds. Now, I work in my day job as a social entrepreneur building mental health prevention solutions for kids, and a lot of what parents ask me is, do I talk to my kid about gun violence and school shootings or not? And the answer is yes, right? Talk to them honestly. The best thing you can give a kid is information and an assurance that things can be talked about and are going to be all right. The late, great Fred Rogers said, if it's mentionable, then it's manageable. And it can be hard to have those conversations with kids, but as we saw from Shyla, you can confront those realities of the world and still be brave, and knowing that mom and dad can talk about those things directly is a really important thing for a kid to have.
Exactly. So let's further unpack this issue of violence and mental health. When it comes to guns, I think there's two sides. Often people think that the perpetrators are mentally ill, but the data suggests that mental illness is not the cause of gun violence. We have similar rates of mental illness as other countries, but much higher rates of gun violence. So what are we doing wrong as a society to perpetuate the cycle of violence? District Attorney Rosen, if you would like to take that question, we'd love to hear your thoughts.
The cycle of gun violence plays itself out in many different ways in our community. Certainly we have criminal street gangs where there's one shooting that leads to another shooting that leads to another shooting. That's one kind of cycle that we see. And I shouldn't say we don't just see it and then do nothing about it. We try to intervene when we think that there may be retaliatory shootings and try to prevent that from happening in different ways by bringing in community volunteers and faith leaders to try to calm the waters. Other kinds of cycles of gun violence that we see relate to areas of domestic violence. And we certainly there are a number of situations we have had in our county where a woman gets a restraining order against an abusive boyfriend or ex-husband, and the woman may report, he has guns in his house. And what we've really begun to focus on is removing those guns in that circumstance, because honestly, the addition of a gun to most disputes is not something helpful. It generally leads to much worse harm. And so particularly in the environment of conflict in the home, we do everything we can to remove guns in that scenario. And then finally, you mentioned the issues of shootings at schools. And one of the things that we've seen in our county and other places is individuals, sometimes it's kids that go to the school themselves, that they call in a threat to the school and say that someone has a gun there, or they have a gun and they're going to shoot someone. And the result of that is the school is evacuated, all of the parents are called, and everyone is traumatized by this incident. And so we're really struggling with ways to try to help our young people not feel as anxious and scared as they are, and also trying to find a way to intervene with young people that are acting out in a way that creates this horrible emotional and psychological harm, even when there's not physical harm to accompany it.
So I guess that would then lead us, an extension of the idea is, how are we failing to provide mental health support?
So it's really saddening to see that it took a mental health crisis in our youth. For example, the Las Vegas school district had to hurry and open their schools like almost half a year or 9 months earlier than other school districts, because they had 15 kids that committed suicide in 2020 to 21. And so after, so many of our kids, our youth, about a quarter of our youth under 25 had contemplated suicide over the pandemic. And in Fremont, I've been serving on the liaison committee with the school district, and before the pandemic, we've been asking for a mental health program for our children, but we always get the answer, there's no funding. But finally, we have finally established a mental health program for our youth last July, and over the last 8 months or so, we had already received more than 14,000 inquiries from our kids ages 5 to 20, and have already provided over 1,400 free therapy sessions, which is the great progress that we have made. However, that program doesn't have a long-term funding. And looking at the program in Fremont schools is mostly funded by the county as well as the school district and the city of Fremont. And the county is having, is probably going to have some financial, deficit, and as the majority of the funding source, that could very much impact the continuance of our mental health program. So we definitely need to do better and make sure that there's funding for our youth mental health program.
And I'd also like to ask sort of, what are some of the current concerns you have for your own children specifically? I'll turn it over to Ragini, and then I'd like to get your thoughts, Teresa, too. So.
Thank you, Anjali. As you rightly mentioned about how scary it is for parents to experience this moment when you get this lockdown call or an intruder call. We don't really know what exactly is happening in the school. We personally experienced it not too long ago in our own school. Fortunately, it was not a gunman, but it was an intruder. But all the protocols that were followed were to hide out and lock down and things like that. And there are these n number of emotions going on as a parent outside waiting for the child to speak to us. And fortunately, with all these cell phones, they were able to communicate to us. But the anxiety, the stress, not just as a parent, but as kids. Mom, are we going to be okay? Are we going to get out? Versus, we're going to be okay, we are fine, we are protected. In a school like this or in this environment, we are pretty lucky to have enough security, enough guards coming over, enough policemen coming immediately to take care of the situation under control, versus we feel for all these other schools where they don't have this liberty of immediate help. And that's when, parents and even kids, high schoolers, actually start thinking, how is it that we can help? What is it that we can do to make this more safer for all of us?
So both my kids, ages 14 and 11, they're both on the autism spectrum. So over the pandemic, they couldn't understand why the prolonged sheltering in place, all the changes, and they couldn't see their friends, and even some of their favorite restaurants were closed and permanently. And even after I explained, all the goings with it, they both of them developed anxiety actually over the pandemic. And so, the special needs children are definitely suffering and have been overlooked over the pandemic for their mental health needs. But as a special needs parent, in the back of my mind, I always worry, whenever I see these news of a special needs child being stopped by police and, there wasn't adequate training, because these kids who are autistic are not always verbal and able to communicate who they are and what they are doing. And so, my worst nightmare would be, in the mass shooting event or in the police, activity, if my child is ever questioned and, if he's not able to answer correctly what the police is asking, he may be, he may be questioned or he may be thought of being a suspect. And so that would, definitely be a special needs parent's worst nightmare, and we need to make sure that the police are able to deal with special needs in these situations.
No, of course, it's obviously evident that we are indeed in a state of crisis. So I guess, really the most important part of our conversation this evening is, where do we go from here? And, we'd like to start out with asking Dr. Kumar, in your capacity and with your expertise, what are some of the triggers or signs that we as a society should be able to be looking for to enable us to take preventive action against potential offenders?
Okay. Most of the shooters, they are telling us, all of us, that we all failed them. We are all responsible for their action. That's what they're telling us. When they needed the help, we didn't provide them the help. When they were crying for help, we were not there for them. That's what they're telling us. That if you don't care, I don't care. And most of these individuals, as I said, they are feeling depressed when they do this kind of act. Suicidal. When they have given up on life, given up of everything, they start giving their properties up, their belongings up, and they're telling their friend, this is what I'm going to do. So all of us are, and look around us, what is happening in our country right now. Our systems are failing. We don't respect our politicians. We know why. We don't respect our police department. We know why. We don't respect our teachers. We know why. We don't respect the institution we are having. There are institutional failures and disrespect for the institutions. Social media. It brings everything in your pocket. Whatever is happening outside, it's coming into your pocket, into your living room through your TV sets in your living room. So we need to really pay attention to when people are talking about when people are being fired on the job, when people are being demoted on the job, when people are being having their love broken, their heart broken from love relationship. We have to be very, very extra careful that when we are neglecting these people, how do we lay them off? How do we put a balm on their faces, because everybody who is anxious, who is depressed, they don't go and kill people. As we heard, that there's so much anxiety, so much depression because of this COVID and all other social media triggers we have. But every one of us, including me, at times we all become anxious. At times we all become kind of depressed and sad what's happening around us. But all of us don't go and start killing people. There are certain traits of those individuals, and we need to really take care of those traits and help those individuals. And I'm reminded of a 5 Languages of Love by Gary Chapman. So we need to promote those kind of languages in our families, in our communities, the people we talk to, the kids we talk to, the kids we're dealing with. I work in the prison, and I work with people, those who have done horrible crimes, horrible crimes. And when I talk to them, when I sit with them, and they tell me, Doc, I didn't have my mother and father with me. Nobody was taking care of me. I was crying for help. I was sexually abused. I was emotionally abused when I was growing up. There was nobody to protect me. So what do? Then they get into drugs, and when they get into drugs, then we know what happened. Their brains stop functioning. So we need to be very, very careful that let's spread that Gary Chapman 5 Languages of Love, and there are other languages too. There are not only 5, but there are other. One is act of service, he said, the gifting, the affirmative action, affirmation we give to our loved ones, and then we kind of be with them when they need us the most. And touch, and we have forgotten touch in American society. If we touch somebody, people get aback. What the hell you're doing? So we need to go back to our basic as human beings. And we're living in a virtual reality. And sometimes I admire artificial intelligence, but at the same time, human beings are becoming obsolete. And we need to be very, very careful that we pay attention to these subtleties, what we're going through right now.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. Mr. Rosen, would you like to share any final thoughts about actions we can take as a community and as individuals?
Yes, there's something that all of you can do to help reduce gun violence in our community. So I want, if there's anything that you remember I say tonight, I want you to remember this. We have what are called red flag laws in California. And a red flag law works like this. Let's say your neighbor or your coworker is talking about killing people and is angry and is depressed and maybe suicidal. And you know that that neighbor or that coworker has guns, sometimes a lot of guns. What should you do? Call the police. Call the police. The police will investigate. Doesn't mean that your neighbor will be arrested. That might not be the intervention that the police bring with them. It may be a mental health professional. But the police will investigate. And if that person is dangerous and has all those weapons, the police can apply to the district attorney's office and the court to very quickly, and I mean within a couple hours quickly, get a court order to remove those weapons, at least temporarily, at least for a few weeks, to make sure that that person is stable and will not hurt themselves or others. We apply for and receive more gun violence restraining orders, that's where we seize weapons quickly and temporarily, than any other county in California. We do more than 300 a year. And initially we needed to train police officers how to do this. But then of course we realized we needed to train the community and educate the community about this, because this is where the police officers will get the leads and investigative tips to do this. This absolutely saves lives every day in our county. And when people don't do this because they say, oh, I don't want to get involved, or I don't want the neighbor to know. You can be anonymous. Your neighbor will never know, your coworker will never know. But when people don't step forward, unfortunately, we've had some serious mass shootings in our county, including at the Valley Transportation Authority, where 9 people were killed with a coworker that had a long history of being very angry at his coworkers and having a lot of guns, and people said, oh, no, I don't want to get involved in that. So if there's one thing that you can do tonight is if you see a friend or a neighbor or coworker that is talking about hurting themselves or others and has firearms, please call the police. Thank you.
Wow, that's incredibly helpful guidance, and really appreciate that. So finally, a final question of the evening is, how do we help our kids? Fish, please.
So I want to talk about what we can do to help our kids with mental health as parents or as anyone who cares about a child, and also what we can do as citizens and civic leaders. First of all, as parents with kids who are anxious, whether it's about the possibility of gun violence or anything else, the simplest intervention, and it's very effective for anyone who's dealing with anxious or depressed thoughts, is to be able to talk about those thoughts to someone who can listen actively and empathetically. Telling kids that they can talk about their worries and feelings that are hard is the first step. Listening, sharing back with them what you're hearing, saying, it is okay to feel that way about these problems in the world is the second step. But the most important step that we often skip, kids are not going to do that until they see you doing it. Kids don't do what they're told, they do what we model to them. We need to talk to our kids about our own feelings, especially when we feel scared, especially when we feel overwhelmed. There are other things we can do, right? Cultivating mindfulness. We all have our own mindfulness practices in our own way so that kids are able to recognize those feelings, teaching your children the mindfulness practices you have, helping them develop some of their own, and giving kids that locus of control, that agency, where we can. There are things in the world that are scary and that kids can't control. What can we give them a little bit of control over? Maybe letting them introduce us at a talk, right? Or choose what they want to wear to school today. When we give kids a little bit of control over the decisions that affect their own lives, it makes them feel more stable when things come in that they can't control. Now, I know there are a lot of civic leaders in the room and that all of us are civically active. What can we do from that perspective? We need to be investing in mental health prevention, not just intervention. When I was talking to the good folks at the Washington hospital system earlier, whenever I talk to healthcare leaders, what I hear is the healthcare system is straining at the seams to accommodate people who are in active crisis. There is just not the capacity to accommodate all the people who are presenting with serious mental health issues right now. But there are things we can do to prevent those issues from developing, especially in kids. One really promising thing the state of California has done, not many people know about this, is they've just invested 9 figures in a multi-year pilot to deliver peer-to-peer mental health intervention in schools. Those kind of efforts, those innovative efforts that get kids talking to each other, because when we have a problem, what do? We don't reach out to a therapist first, we often reach out to a friend. Right? Those kind of efforts that catch those problems before they spiral into something greater are one of the best ways that we can spend our public dollars to keep kids safe and to keep all of us safe.
Thank you. Those are fantastic insights and really helpful. And I'd like to finally give Ragini an opportunity as a parent on, what are some of her thoughts dealing with her 2 teenagers and having been involved in a, shooter incident.
I have 1 teenager and a 10-year-old, so I have some time. Well, thank you for all the leads that you've shared and all the ideas. And I think schools obviously are doing a lot of effort in educating and supporting our kids. Social media and the companies who control the social media are the ones that should step up a little more and help society, help our kids educate, and turn off those videos that come in to constantly show brutality and shootings and constantly talking about shooting, versus what else can we educate our kids with? How do we help? What tools can we give them? Come up with games that could help them develop their mental health than just go shoot people, even in video games. So yeah, social media definitely is a bigger play.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to open up the panel to some questions. Please feel free to raise your hand if anyone has any questions for the panel. Yes, go ahead. If you could mind standing up, that'd be helpful so people can hear.
Hello, everybody. Bakhtash Jami. I'm from Afghanistan. I was working for U.S. Embassy there. So I'm so, what I say, surprised to see these discussions. In Afghanistan, Taliban killed 15,000 people a year. Here, so far, we are not even in the middle of 2023. 11,000 people killed by gun violence. You mentioned one of the panel members. 40% increase. If I go to a doctor, the doctor will test me, diagnose me, and give me a prescription. And then if I'm not okay, then I will get a follow-up prescription and test. Apparently, whatever we did in the past, we didn't do the right thing. Why? What's the right prescription? Don't you think that the panel members, if you summarize all your expertise, I guess there would be 50, 60,000 years of experience in the panel. What would you say? What really is wrong in the system? Yes, social media, what shall we do? There was a gentleman sitting beside me and left. He had another event to take care of. We had a short conversation, and he said we need stricter laws. Why we can't have stricter laws? If we need funding, why we can't have funding? Who needs to do what? And why we can't do it? If Sweden can do it, we should be also doing it here. I want to hear to the bottom of the problem from the panel members, why we are failing to deliver. At the moment, I work for private sector. If I don't deliver based on my KPIs, key performance indicators, they probably change me. Then why nobody asks from people who are responsible at macro level to basically do things what they are required to do? Sorry for being critical, but I'm not shocked because of any cultural thing here in the United States. What I'm shocked is what I did in Afghanistan and got inspiration of what we should be doing in Afghanistan. I don't see it happening here. Thank you, everyone.
I wanted to just kind of bring this home because, you know, we've sat here and we've listened to a lot of information, but I think that we have to have some sort of takeaways, the so what question. So what do we do next? And I think our DA mentioned a lot of the things that we could do, and also to that question of we need to lobby our legislators. I mean, we really need gun reform. And we don't necessarily know what that might look like, but we need to be engaged with our legislators so that they understand the impact of gun violence on our communities, for our children, and how it is affecting our children's mental health, our adult mental health for that matter, because most of us may be shaken to the bones when we see these incidents. Just this last week alone, we have seen several incidences of gun violence. And so I think we really, really need to understand what gun reform means, especially semi-automatic weapons, and what the impact of those weapons and the ability to be able to access those weapons so readily. We need to be able to tell our legislators that this is unacceptable no more.
No, thank you, Desiree. I want to thank you for asking this question. As I said earlier, that all of us are responsible what is happening to us, and we are the only one who could change the system. And all of us need to speak up. It's not like Hillary Clinton used to say, it takes a village to raise a child. We have to create that village together. We have to make the foundations again with love. And we're forgetting that. We're giving it all the things to the expert. That expert will solve all the problems we have. And you have seen all of us sitting here and talking sometimes different language. All of us need to get together and create this system which is more caring, more loving. Now we have the power-based model in our country, and we're promoting the same model all over the world. And we're identifying with the aggressor. Whosoever is the aggressor, we're identifying with them. And we need to pay. When Columbine incident happened, somebody asked President Clinton, Mr. President, you're bombarding Kosovo right now. Do you think there is a link between what is happening in Columbine and what happened in Kosovo? And he said, no, I want to focus only on Columbine. I don't want to talk about Kosovo right now. So we need to ask our leaders, those who are making decisions at that level, if we could spend $115 billion in Ukraine, funding them for destroying the country, why can't we fund mental health system in this country? We have to have will of the leaders, and our leaders are failing us at that level. Our family system is broken. Everybody is telling you how to raise your child. They have none of the business to tell you as a parent how to raise your child. You know better because it's your child. You know his minuses, you know his pluses. So we all need to work together so that we could take care of this whole problem. It's not a one-person issue. It's not one field, one expertise that you could solve all these problems. We all need to come together, and that's what it'll take. Thank you.
You know, the gentleman asked a really important question, which is, we all are talking about the same solutions, and we all, I think, in this room agree on what a set of solutions look like. Why aren't they happening? And, you know, the difficult truth is because on the other side of these issues, there is a lot of money in the status quo, right? There are gun companies that make money on being able to have this mass availability of weapons, in many cases to people for whom it is dangerous to have them. And when we talk about social media, there are social media companies that are now putting hundreds of millions of dollars, right, into lobbying our state legislators, our members of Congress, to be able to avoid sensible regulation that would allow us to say, hey, we need to make social media a healthy place for kids where we're not actually building algorithms that will glue their eyeballs to content that is going to warp their mental health. Until we build a system where the rules are made by people who are responsive to all of us, not a small group of people, we are not going to have a system that works for all of us, and especially for kids who have the least power, who have the least voice. We need to uplift leaders who are committed to doing things differently, who are committed to listening to sensible voices, even when big money is pushing them the other way. We have those leaders in our community right now. You know, we have Tom here from Congressman Khanna's office. Congressman Khanna has been a great leader in rejecting PAC and lobbyist and corporate contributions and saying he wants to be accountable to people. That's the systemic problem that makes it hard to do these things in America, but it's something that we can stand up and support leaders who are pushing back and changing the tide in the other direction.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I also have a quick question too.
Okay.
Yeah, so my name is Rewant. I'm 16 years old, and I'm a student activist. And I wanted to maybe inquire about a topic that may have not been touched yet. It's easy to be fooled by our local demographic, but one of the most important factors that's related to gun violence is indeed race. In fact, almost 68% of African Americans report that either them or their local family members have been affected by gun violence. So I'm wondering, what do we owe to these people in these communities?
I'm so happy that you asked that question, my friend. I just bought this book, Social Injustice and Mental Health. And this book has the data for many, many years. And this book is written by two Afro-American forensic psychiatrists. And they have given the reference with data how race is impacting what we do. And we have systematic, institutionalized barriers. Even people, those who have spent 30 years in prison, when they come out, there are 58,000 laws on the books which prevent them not to get integrated into the community. 58,000 laws created by our legislators. So we really need to look at the system, what system we are promoting and how we're doing this. And that 5 languages of love is the key thing. And it should be spread all over equally, fairly, so that we could have the system which is more caring, more loving, more nurturing to everybody, irrespective of where they're coming from race, from gender, from nationality, language, caste, whatever you call it. We should be free from that discrimination. And there is a program which comes on NPR every week. Most of you may be hearing it on the NPR, Hidden Brain. And you should listen to that, how we all have implicit biases, sometimes unknowingly, unconsciously. And it's done by Shankar Vedantam, one of the Indian guy. Listen to that hidden brain, how we operate as individuals. We all have those voices within us, and we need to shake them.
Sure.
Thank you very much for that question. If you look at the data, the average Black American makes 1/7 of an income or wealth of a white American. And because of decades of systemic racism and redlining, poverty, that doesn't allow them to build those generational wealth and send their kids to school and, allow family stability. So definitely one of the, we were talking about, instead of just intervention, we need to have the prevention, is to make sure that these kids have the resources, have the access to education and good jobs, because, working at a minimum wage job is not going to provide them a living in the Bay Area. So people, they are attracted to gang violence and gang activities, and definitely that would be something that is a top priority for us.
I want to just add an additional comment to that question. Thank you for that question. But, being a woman of African descent and living in America, born and raised in America, I can say that what I have experienced and what my family has experienced in our own life is this whole institutionalized racism. I mean, it exists, and it is part of a way of thinking and a way of thinking about yourself. And because you internalize this perception of who you are and who you're supposed to be based on a society that wants you to assimilate into a culture that's not your own. So this is a very, very difficult question to answer, especially if you're not living in the shoes of someone who is an American of African descent. So I just want to bring that out, that it's very, very complicated. It has a lot to do with how we internalize what other people think and feel about us, and how we continue to be in an environment that perpetuates that, and how we are raised and how we are taught to think about ourselves as individuals in America. So thank you for that question.
Thank you for sharing that perspective. Go ahead. Can we get him a mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you. My question is to our DA. According to the 1990 Act, the schools were basically gun-free zones, where unauthorized people are not supposed to carry guns. There's a 1990 Act there, which basically deters people to carry guns in the school. yet we still see killing, etc. So have you ever thought of creating a program where small businesses, places of worship, whether it's nightclubs, etc., can enroll into and put a sticker out of their businesses saying gun-free zone? It will not, protect from somebody coming and shooting around, but it will create an awareness. The reason why I'm bringing up, today morning I went to Kaiser Hospital at San Leandro, and I saw a big sticker out there, gun-free zone. And I thought, if this is well advertised in around every small business in the city, every schools, every colleges, every mosque, temple, gurdwara, then it creates an awareness that this society is against guns.
Thank you very much for that question. I think that's really an excellent point because it's an example of something that we individually and collectively can do, which is to say, yes, on the one hand, there are more guns than people in the United States, and in our county, there are about 28,000 guns legally purchased each year in our county. There are thousands of other guns that are illegally purchased or illegally made. We're just awash in guns. But I think that your suggestion that schools, that individuals that have businesses can say, here, this is a gun-free zone. And it's a way of saying, look, these are what our values are. Like, we don't, guns is not going to help any problem or situation get better. It's just going to make it worse. And we want to say that we don't want guns here. And that's perfectly lawful to say that in a private business. You can set the rules for that. And of course, it's not surprising that places like nightclubs do not allow guns in nightclubs for a very good reason. And it seems like there's perhaps other businesses that could do that as well. And the last point I would make about violence and shootings that happen in schools is, on the one hand, there's an impulse to want to remove police officers from schools, or what are called community services officers, because of concerns that students' conduct is going to be to remove school resource officers, with the idea that, well, they're going to criminalize the conduct of young people. It's going to disproportionately affect communities of color, and so we shouldn't have police officers / school resource officers there. What I would just say respectfully from my position as the district attorney is that schools that have removed school resource officers are in the process of bringing them back, because it makes the students feel safer, makes the parents feel safer. And when there are incidents at the school between students, or somebody coming off the campus and coming onto the campus to start a problem, there is already a school resource officer there, as opposed to having to call 911 and then waiting for a response. And as we know, every minute, every second in a volatile situation is crucial. So I think in terms of gun-free zones for private businesses, I think that's an excellent idea. And I would just say that I think that from what I've seen, school resource officers are a net benefit for the safety of students when they're at school.
Thank you. All right, well, I would like to thank our panelists for such an informative and much-needed conversation. I hope the audience really had an opportunity to hear some pressing points and some good key takeaways. So please give our panelists a round of applause for a wonderful conversation. And before I step off, I actually have the honor of introducing our next speaker. So we have Mayor Matthew Mahon with us this evening. And he is an American politician and tech entrepreneur, now serving his first term as mayor of San Jose. He previously served as the District 10 council member representing the Alameda Valley, Blossom Valley, and Vista Park neighborhoods in 2005. Mayor Mahan graduated from Harvard University in 2005, and after Harvard, he spent the next year building irrigation systems in Bolivia. He then joined Teach for America. In 2008, he joined a tech startup led by Sean Parker and Joe Green, and together they formed Causes, an early Facebook application focused on grassroots and public engagement that helped raise money for nonprofit engagements. Mayor Mahan became CEO and president of Causes in 2013. And in 2014, he launched Brigade, which was created as a social medium for civil engagement. And in 2019, it was acquired by Pinterest. And shortly after, in 2021, he was sworn in as the District 10 council member and subsequently as the mayor. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Mayor Mahan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you so much for having me, and good evening, everyone. How are you doing? Good, all right, good. Really happy to be here and honored to have the opportunity to give you a quick address here as part of your program. I really love this concept of a unity dinner. I know this is the 22nd annual unity dinner. It's a really beautiful idea. I want to thank Javon and Rahul Zucchi, who I know are founders of the Indo-American Community Federation, and Anjali, who's just kind enough to introduce me, and I believe Shyla, their daughter, or youngest panelist, who's been raising awareness on gun violence. So really appreciate the support from the family. Mr. Dr. Ramesh Kanda, great to have you here. I don't know, were you going to say anything? Or no? You want me to just jump in? Okay. So I'll try to be brief. I thought that what I would do, and I'll try to move it along here, but just give you a quick update on some of the things we're doing in the city of San Jose to better address violence in the community, particularly gun violence. I know you just had a panel on that topic, so I thought I'd just highlight a few things quickly. You know, as you might expect, one area of focus, of course, is enforcement. And San Jose is very understaffed when it comes to our police department. We are committed to implementing best practices of community policing, but when you're way behind on your response times, when you're just quickly rushing from priority one call to priority one call, it's hard to actually get out of the car and walk the beat and get to know people and really be rooted in the community and build authentic relationships. So we do need to get staffing levels to a place where our officers can take a breath and get out into the community and build relationships. Just to put it in perspective, we are about 15% larger than San Francisco, about 160,000 more residents, about 16% larger. We have fewer than half as many police officers. So that's been a challenge for us ever since our pension challenges and the Great Recession. So we are still rebuilding the department. As we do that, though, we're really hoping, and I've been an advocate for narrowing the types of calls we respond to. There are a lot of calls to 911 that do not require an officer with a badge and a gun to be the first responder. Mental health related calls, calls involving youth, calls involving our unhoused communities. So we're trying to be smarter about sending an alternative response when appropriate. And we've had some examples of programs that have been very successful. Our MCAT unit, which is sending officers who have special training in de-escalation, has responded now to over 2,000 mental health related calls without having one violent episode. And I really think part of that is just those extra hours of training and really learning how to respond to a mental health related call. We're really grateful to our partners at the county who have, and I think we frankly need more investment in this, but programs where we actually send a trained clinician, not even an officer. So I think that's very promising. We also have a new unit that is focused on ghost guns in particular. As you probably know, a growing amount, in fact, in San Jose now, a majority of our gun-related violent episodes involve ghost guns, which are unserialized, untraceable weapons. So we're putting more emphasis on tracking the manufacture of those and doing enforcement. We have had some pretty highly publicized interventions where we've actually found homes in San Jose where they're being manufactured. And that's never for a good reason, let me tell you. You also may have heard, this is maybe the most innovative thing we've been doing. We passed some new gun laws that went into effect January 1st. We're the first city in the country to require liability insurance if you want to own and keep guns in your home. And the theory here is, like any other liability insurance that tries to price risk, we know that having guns in your home increases the likelihood of an accident or of non-accidental use of the gun. And so we are trying to incentivize insurance companies to ask tough questions of gun owners. Do you have a gun safe? Do you have a child safety lock? And actually use risk-adjusted premiums, just as you would have if you have a pool in your backyard or even a trampoline. Your insurance company wants to know that, and your premiums are adjusted based on your risk factors. And so we now actually have a policy that requires that those who keep guns in their home actually be in possession of an insurance policy with general liability to cover gun-related accidents. We also have a fee. It's not meant to be punitive, but gun owners must actually pay a $20 to $30, we haven't implemented it yet, but it'll be around $20 to $30 per year. And that money will go to local nonprofits that invest in supporting victims of domestic violence, doing more education around gun restraining orders, basically getting the information out to ensure that the community knows how themselves to better manage the issue of gun violence. At the local level, we can't do a lot about gun ownership, but we can do more to mitigate its impacts and make sure that we're investing in education and gun violence protection, and particularly protecting vulnerable residents. We know domestic violence is a very serious issue and often, sadly, is a more lethal issue when a gun is involved. But beyond that, so I talked a little bit about enforcement and some regulatory things that we're doing. We also know, thinking holistically, that we have to get lower in the stack and think about the conditions that lead to violence, whether with a gun or not. And that's really about investing in our youth. We're expanding after-school programs, particularly targeting our census tracts where we have the highest levels of unemployment, the highest levels of violence. We've got to get in earlier. We are thinking more holistically about what equity means. We're looking at all of our city services and using data analysis to help us understand how effectively we're delivering basic services, particularly to our traditionally underserved neighborhoods. So we have a new scoring system for the quality of our parks. We score our roads every year. We have a very comprehensive report now on, it may sound very simple and not that important, but tree canopy cover, and it matters. We have districts with significantly better tree canopy cover, and the research shows that neighborhoods that are better shaded are cooler, and they actually have less violence, believe it or not. People's mental well-being is better when they're in a neighborhood that is surrounded with nature, and they have shade, and the air's a little bit cleaner. And so we're really trying to look at basic city services and resources that we're responsible for, and making sure we're bringing every neighborhood up to a level that we think is acceptable. Of course, beyond that, maybe I'll end on this point, our biggest challenge is lack of housing. And I really think that at a fundamental level, economic insecurity, when people are spending 50% of their income on rent and have no savings, and are terrified that if they lose their job, they're going to end up on the streets. That's not an environment that's conducive to thriving children and happy parents and the kinds of outcomes that we want. And on that front, I mean, the reality is this. It is a failure of public policy. We have regionally added 6 jobs for every 1 home we've built over the last decade plus, a couple decades now. It's great that we have a vibrant economy. I don't want to slow that down, and in fact, now that we're seeing companies lay people off, I mean, we should all be really grateful for the incredible innovation and the engine of economic growth and prosperity that we have here in Silicon Valley. But you can't have that without doing the other things, without investing in infrastructure, particularly transit and mass transportation infrastructure, and enabling the building of homes. And so in San Jose, we are working hard to do the pre-planning, to streamline permitting, to make it easier to build up in our downtown, in North San Jose, near all of our transit corridors. We do need to be thoughtful about it. We don't want to build up Coyote Valley. We don't want to densify the periphery of the city and just double our traffic congestion and air pollution, but there are plenty of places in San Jose, and I would argue across the region, where the future is going to be building up in mixed-use, walkable environments. And those environments, I think, can be more livable and more affordable because we'll better match supply and demand. So the list goes on, but I think we have to really think, when we talk about violence, even something as specific as gun violence, I do think we have to think holistically about the constellation of policy issues that contribute to a community that's either thriving and has lower stress levels and people are happier and better educated and have more opportunity, and those that don't. And clearly as a region, we face some real challenges, some of them being victims of our own success. We've grown so much and really struggled to manage that growth in a way that's good for our families and for our kids. So I could go on, but I just appreciate the opportunity to share a quick update from the city of San Jose, some of the things that we've been working on. And please feel free to reach out to our office anytime. You can find my contact information on the city website. We've got a newsletter that goes out to about 70,000 people every other week with policy updates and opportunities to volunteer and get involved. Would love to connect with you and see you out at one of our community cleanups or other service activities. And again, appreciate the spirit in which you've all gathered this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the great gathering here. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Mayor Mahan, for your valuable insights. And we had really exciting panel discussion on one of the hottest and emerging topics. Every day you see in the news, newspaper, discussions everywhere, we see this as a huge topic, not only causing general discussion, but it's also causing depression, anxiety, and all other factors you can think of. The panel members already shared with us. So as per our agenda, I think we are 15 minutes running behind, but we have almost like 35 elected officials going to be there in this room shortly after the break. We are going to take a break for the social hour, and we have wonderful dinner outside, snacks. Please help yourself, and we'll regroup here by 7:15. Then we'll start the main program. And in the hallway outside, Tim Riley, the Canyon Band, they are going to have the music, and also we have the host bar. Please help yourself, and we'll reconvene here in another half an hour at 7:15. Please help yourself for the dinner and snacks and pictures and all the social greeting is happening in the outside. Thank you so much for your attention, and thanks for the big round of applause to the panel members.
Hello, we are the Canyon Band. We've been playing for the Indo-American Community Federation for about 20 years. The first song we're going to do is a tie-in to what the panel just discussed. It has to do with mental health as it related to Vincent Van Gogh, who was a famous painter. It's going to be done by 3:16.
Starry, starry night, paint your palette blue and gray. Look out on a summer's day, with eyes that know the darkness in my soul, shadows on the hills, stretch the trees and the daffodils, catch the breeze and the winter chills, and colors on the snowy willing lawn. Now I understand what you try to say to me, how you suffer for your sanity. tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now. Starry, starry light, flaming flowers that brightly blaze, swirling clouds in violet haze, reflecting Vincent's eyes of china blue, colors changing hue, morning fields of amber green, weathered faces, night in pain, are soothing me, the artist's loving hand. Now I understand what you tried to say to me, how you suffered for your sanity, how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they did not know how. Perhaps they'll listen now, for they could not love you. But still your love was true. And when my hope was left inside on that starry, starry night, you took your life as lovers often do. But I could have told you, Wilson, this world was never meant for one as beautiful as you. Starry, starry night, portraits hanging, empty house, friendless heads on nameless walls, with eyes that watch the world and can't forget, like the strangers that you met. The ragged men in ragged clothes, the silver thorn, the bloody rose, like crushed and broken on the virgin snow. Now I think I know what you tried to say to me, how you suffer from your sanity, how you tried to set them free. They would not listen, they're not listening still. Perhaps they never will. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Where we begin, I can't
Dedicated to all the pretty women here tonight. There's a lot of them. Woo! They all know who they are. They told us when they came in. Taking back the Roy Orbison days. Slow things down because I know you're full from all the food you ate. Or the food that you haven't eaten. Take you back to the days of blue Hawaii. Rick back up and do a Call Like a Song, I do believe. We're going to take you back to Philadelphia. A young man about 17 years old.
Hello.
Recorded this song.
Tim and all of us here, I would like to make one announcement. We have a very, very wonderful young lady who is going to be doing national anthem. But she has another program, she's going somewhere, and she has to leave. So what we thought, we'll go in the lobby and we'll do the national anthem. She can leave and then we can continue with what we are doing. Will you please be able to go outside just for about 5 minutes? Will that be okay? Teresa, our honorable council member, is that okay? Okay. Let's all go out for just 3, 4, 5 minutes. Yes. Dr. Kim, thank you. May I have your attention, please? Can we do the national anthem here? It'll take a few minutes and then you can have your dinner. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that her flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I would like you all to raise for the Indian national anthem as well.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे गागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय हिंद.
So thank you, Manasa. A brief intro about her. Manasa Gadipalli is a senior at San Jose State University majoring in computer science and a professional vocal artist from the last 8+ years and 15 years of training in both Carnatic and Hindustani music. She is winner of ZTV's International Indian Icon, I think 3 years back. And the international singing competition, also winner of various competitions like Voice of Bay Area and Bay Area Telugu Association. And a nice, very good, bright star coming up, in our Bay Area. Round of applause to Manasa.
All the downtown ladies, all the treetops.
When are you going to go? Yes, there's other people in the room. I'm actually he said
Here's to all of the youngsters here, Sweet Little 16. It's
Thank you very much. Very awesome job. Please give them a big round of applause. Great musicians here. I'm sure everyone enjoyed your music while having the delicious dinner. Now it is your turn to get the dinner and sit back there and enjoy the rest of the program. So would you like to say your name, please, sir?
My name is Rick. My name's Dean Powell. Tim Riley. Bill.
Tim is a man here. Tim Riley, he runs the band here. It's called the Canyon Band. Please give them a big round of applause one more time. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Hope you all enjoyed the music and the dinner. Dinner is open until midnight today. So anytime you feel like hungry, please feel free to go and grab anything you see out there. So don't be shy. And the main purpose of obviously the unity dinner is uniting all of us, get to know each other in the community and share our experiences and bring new ideas how to make a better community for all of us. So my name is Ramesh Konda. I'm the current president of Indo-American Community Federation here, IACF. I want to welcome all of you for the wonderful evening today. I want to take the opportunity to thank each and everyone who are here today, and with your valuable time, you are with us here and you are willing to share your ideas and you are willing to partner with everyone who are here in the community. So really appreciate your presence and thank you all. So today's program, I think all of you have a brochure on each of the table. Please refer to the brochure. We listed the sequence of the program. So before we kick off, I would like to recognize the board members of the IACF, Indo-American Community Federation. So I'll just read the names because they're all working, helping here and there, so I don't know whether they will be able to come onto the stage here, but I will read out the names. Most of you know, all of you know, Jivan Jutsi, he is our chairman and founder. So Jivan is going to come here and also share his thoughts in short. And I am also board of the directors here and the current president. And we have our youngest board of directors, Mr. Amit Goel. He is here. You will meet him. And also we have Sujay Sarkar, Shashi Sharma, Dr. Subhash Garg, Dr. Naresh Sharma, Dr. Deepak Sachdev, Dr. Harmesh Kumar, and Mr. Rahul Jutshi. Rahul, give him a big round of applause. Rahul came all the way from DC for this meeting. Rahul, big shout out to you. Thank you for making it all the way from DC for the meeting today. And his spouse, Anjali, who moderated the panel discussion, they're totally involved with the organization, along with his dad, Jivan Jutsi. So we are very proud of them. A lot of commitment to the organization and lot of contribution to the community. Rahul is here. So I would like to now welcome our person on the list. One of the well-accomplished person, entrepreneur, and he is our local and also, very well successful person in the business. I want to welcome Sanjeev Goel. Sanjeev, I think Sanjeev is still outside. So Jivanji, are you here? Okay. So please look at the brochure, the program list. So we are going to follow that. So, Jivanji is here? Okay. So, again, today's program is more, more like all of us to get together and unite and share the ideas. So, with that, please give me a big round of applause for the Sanjeev Goel. He is a successful entrepreneur, businessman, and he is going to share with us thoughts on why growth requires diversity. That is the main theme of the IACF, the unity in diversity. So he is going to touch upon how the diversity is going to help us in growing as a community. Sanjeevji, it's all yours.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for allowing me to speak today and talk to you about some of my personal experience with diversity. More close. Some of my personal experiences. And I just want to share something which is very personal to me. But before I talk about that, let's talk a little bit about, let's visualize if every single color or every single flower is of color yellow, will our world be a beautiful place or will it look so pale? And that's the point I'm trying to make. The diversity is all about, it's like a mosaic where you can, our world is almost like mosaic. As my favorite speaker, Simon Sinek, says, strength lies in differences, not similarities. Especially in Silicon Valley, we are all proud recipient and we have witnessed diversity. We all came to this country with nothing and built a phenomenal life for ourselves. And just imagine what this room has done and has achieved. So just to expand it on it, imagine every single restaurant table cover is covered with the ideas to solve the global problems. Only in Silicon Valley it happens. And especially this room is full of phenomenal leaders and futurists. So let me draw some parallel between this room, or especially Silicon Valley and Davos. I was there for World Economic Forum. I was speaking there. And the most amazing thing about that place is you get to meet diverse group of people. People from Bill Gates to the people who are figuring it out what they want to do in their lives. Artists, musicians, and imagine the difference they are making to this whole world. And that's what Silicon Valley is about. We have created such an amazing place, but the challenge is, now what's next? What can we do with that? We have witnessed an amazing collaboration between every single party in the COVID time. What we achieved in 12 months was phenomenal, and today we have an amazing world which we thought our world, the way we know it, is over. Every single person, most of the businesses thrive even in COVID time. Let me tell you a simple story. I was sitting a couple of weeks ago with one of my friend's daughter. Her name is Callie, and she's 25 years old. And she was telling me last year she quit her job because her CEO refused to do a public apology related to a discrimination issue. That's the next generation we are talking about. We all have, in some shape and form, may have experienced discrimination, but our next generation is not going to put up with that. And they are invincible. And that just amazes me. Let's look at our world today. It's plagued with the isolation, polarization, and a lot of really challenges we are dealing where we cannot communicate with each other. We have seen the fall of Venezuela. Russia is not too far. And if we don't do something, this thing is going to happen even here. That brought another question for all of you. How do we propagate the message and why we need to do it? So imagine if every single city is like Silicon Valley, what kind of world we will be living in, where people can have a dialogue even with difference in opinion. People can have a conversation even if their ideas doesn't appeal to us. And that's what I'm talking about. That's the word I'm talking about. And that's the diversity we have to bring to the rest of the world. Once again, thank you so much for having me. I'm so glad.
Thank you, Sanjeev. That's a very inspiring message. And obviously, you are a very successful individual in the business in the Silicon Valley. So thank you so much for sharing your insights. So now, I'd like to invite Raj Salwan, who is going to do the MC of the program today. So Raj Salwan, as you know, is a community leader and honorable council member, previously vice mayor, and great leader for the Fremont city. Thank you, Rajji. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Well, this is a great evening to celebrate unity. And at this time, I'd like to invite the founder of Indo-American Community Federation, Mr. Jeevan Joshi, to say a few words about this event, how it came together, and what we're all gathered here for today. Can we get Mr. Jeevan Joshi here? Right up here. Okay. Well, while we're waiting, I will go ahead and start introducing the elected officials and the dignitaries. We have State Senator David Cortese and his staff here. Are you here? Let's give it up for them. I see Tara over there. We have our former State Senator Bob Wajkowski. There he is. Assembly Member Ash Kalra and his team. Assembly Member Alex Lee, 8024. We have our home mayor of Milpitas, Carmen Montano. And I also saw Mayor Santa Clara, Lisa Gilmore, as well. And we have council members from Fremont, Teresa King and Teresa Cox. And we have the latest list. We have the Consul General of India, Dr. T.V. Nagendra Prasad. He's not here yet, but he's coming. Tom Pike from Congressman Ro Khanna's office. Assembly Member Kenson and Daisy Chu. Mayor of San Jose, Matt Mahan, was here, but he had to go early. Mayor City of Newark, Michael Hannon. Let's give it up for Michael. And former Newark Mayor, Mayor Emeritus Alan Nagy. Yes, and Mrs. Connie Nagy. Fremont Mayor Lily May was here earlier, and she had to go to another event. Mayor, City of Tracy, Nancy Young, who is represented by James Young. Former Milpitas Mayor Rich Tran. Former Cupertino Mayor Darcy Paul. Santa Clara City Vice Mayor Kevin Park. Alameda County Board of Education, Eileen McDonald. Let's give it up for her. Vice Mayor, City of Milpitas, Evelyn Chu. Board President of Alameda County Water District, Paul Sethi. And I think I mentioned this already, but we have Teresa King, Fremont Council member, and Teresa Cox, also Fremont Council member. City of Santa Clara, District 1, Kathy Watanabe. And Oakland Council member, Janani Ramachandran. Where's Janani? City of San Jose Council member, newly appointed Council member, Arjun Batra. Is Arjun here? There he is. City of Sunnyvale Council member, Murali Srinivasan. We have Kathy Kimberlin representing Alameda County Supervisor David Hubbard. Santa Clara County Supervisor Otto Lee. Santa Clara County Supervisor District 4 Board and Board President Susan Ellenberg. Santa Clara Supervisor District 2 Cindy Chavez, Representative Betty Duong. And of course, for my home city, Fremont Police Chief Sean Washington. There he is. And Fremont Deputy Police Chief, Deputy Lance Breed. Let's give it up for him as well. Senior Assistant District Attorney and Policy Chief, Alameda County District Attorney's Office, Cynthia Chandler. Santa Clara County Board of Education Trustee, Area 2, Tara Sri Krishnan. Milpitas Police Captain, Matthew Miller. Milpitas Unified School District Board of Education Trustee, Anu Naka. Yes. Milpitas Union School District Board President, Chris Norwood. Commissioner to the President's Advisory Commission on Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, Ajay Bhutoria. Alameda County Public Health Commission District 1 member, Dr. Ramachandani. Washington Township Healthcare District Board of Director, Dr. Jacob Epen. And I think that concludes all the elected officials. Is there any other elected officials in the room that we didn't recognize? Oh, I already mentioned Teresa Cox 2 times. Councilmember Teresa Cox, District 6. And Councilmember Teresa King, District 1. Mayor Lily May was here earlier, and so was Councilmember Yang Xiao. So with that, I'll turn it over to our host, the organizer, the man that makes it all happen, Mr. Jeevan Zushi. Let's give it up for him.
Good evening, all of you. I hope you're all enjoying. Are you? I'm going to make a speech. Generally, I get paid for making speeches, but tonight it's free. I'll give you a little background about this organization, and I promise it won't last 3 minutes, my speech. Dr. Pannu, you're a witness. Indo-American Community Federation will be 30 years old next year. There was a void I saw then and felt that Indo-Americans needed to take more interest in mainstream and become more involved in their adopted land. Not only do we bring other Indo-American organizations together to support mainstream involvement, but also bring together other diverse community leaders and organizations, along with a host of policymakers and public officials, to deliberate on pressing issues and bring them to the attention of lawmakers. Our organization created this dinner to unify different cultures and help foster unity and understanding among a diverse number of community groups and leaders after 9/11. The Unity Dinner continues to grow and grab the attention of some high-profile members of Congress and the Senate, as well as all the government bodies. It's not our differences that divide us. It's our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences. Audre Lorde, he said that. The focus of this effort is to highlight the fact that peace, coexistence, and socio-cultural bonding are integral to paving the way for completeness of plural ethos. Let's not forget that it was the trip to India that gave Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. the spiritual strength and wisdom to fight injustice during the civil rights movement. Upon his return from India, Dr. King wrote, "I left India more convinced than ever before that the method of nonviolence resistance is the most potent weapon available to people in their struggle for freedom and human dignity." As Indians, we have to feel proud that our ancient culture and spiritual wisdom have something unique to offer, even today, to reinvigorate nonviolence in America. Culturally, Indian Americans bring to the US a more cohesive family life, a sense of community, and respect for education, something they share with many of America's most successful immigrants. By introducing bills which are divisive, we will be dividing our communities. It's grossly irresponsible to politicize any situation. No electoral goal justifies endangering lives by creating a false narrative resulting in friction. Let's get politics out of our communities and strive to eradicate other safety-related issues we're facing at present. Thank you. And thank you for listening. And I don't know if they will allow me to come to the stage again. I know I had to do something else, but I'll do it later. Thank you. Thank you very much. I told you, they left me alone. They all left. Dr. Ramesh Konda, why did you leave me alone? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeevanji. Honorable Jeevanji, our chairman of the IACF, give a big round of applause. Thank you, Ji. So I think very inspiring message as Jeevanji mentioned, the organization started with a goal to bring the elected officials and the community together to gel and also share the ideas how to improve. I think the panel discussion was very powerful, very emotional. I was listening some of the messages. I'm sure you all heard from what is the burning issue today, most important, gun violence and other things in the community. So those are all impacting our lives. So as a leaders in the community, it is up to us, how do we take it forward? How do we make it better, right? So that's the main theme of the dinner meeting today. And I would like to invite now a successful entrepreneur and community leader, Joe Johal. Please give me a round of applause. Joe has been active in the community in various fronts, and also in the business world. So he's very closely involved with several elected officials and also in the community. Very honored to have you, Joe, here. Please share your message.
Let's give a big hand for our MC. He's been talking even though you guys weren't listening for a long time. So let's give him a big hand, Macy. Thank you very much for hanging in there, and he did not stop talking. I think that's critical. No matter what happens on the other side, he stuck with his presentation and he kept going. And also let's give for a hand to our new MC who's missing our side right now, Mrs. Raj Salvan. So he's going to be obviously hosting this for us tonight. But a big thank you to our host and the guy who started this, had the vision long time ago to make sure that we have a platform, especially what happened after 9/11, for us to share ideas and educate everyone that lives in the community. It is really difficult for the first generation immigrants. It's hard for us to focus on all the priorities, and a lot of times don't even know what to do. But having a platform such as this gives us the opportunity and tells us what to do and how to do it. And I really want to, let's please give him a hand for that one more time. Thank you. And he also touched on, earlier we talked about the violence as far as the guns, and there's crime, there's hate. There are a lot of issues, and the legislation that's been introduced recently, which I'm sure it means something to someone, but when you do that, as the leaders of the community and also the leaders of our political work, as far as you guys elected officials, we have almost 36 here. We just need to make sure there are always going to be differences of opinions. We're never going to agree on we shouldn't agree on everything. If we did, we would have problems. But I think what we need to do is set our differences aside and focus on the big picture. How can we help in the communities we live in? How do we educate our next generation to be better citizens? Now, how do we do that ourselves? So that's really very critical, important for us to do. And we have Dr. Pannu, he's a timekeeper as well. I had 120 seconds, and I think I'm probably over there already. But he's been one of our leaders in the community for the Sikh community. He's a doctor, dentist in Fremont, and also San Jose, Newark, and Dublin, and all over almost Northern California. But he also has dedicated his life to build bridges. How do we make sure we're not building walls where we're separating each other? Build the bridges, and he has gone over to Pakistan to work on the Sikh heritage, and he written a book on that about 4 years ago. Dr. Pannu, I think, is the book on are they showing it on the slide? We want to sell a few, so if you guys don't mind, 2 for 1? We're going to sell it. But anyhow, but thank you for that, Dr. Pannu. Let's please give him a hand. And also we have another community leader, CC Yin, who started the organization of Papa. I'm sure you guys are familiar. We almost have CC, please stand up. 50,000 members, 45 chapters, again, to educate the API community, not only to get involved, but also to make sure that we do our part in every angle and really be there for our communities, for our city, state, and for the country as well. CC, thank you for having the vision and helping us over the years. And Mary is our new chairman. Mary just got elected. She doesn't know what she's getting into. And Mary, good luck. and I'm her vice chair, and I'm sure we'll work together on that. But with that, thank you all for being here today, and I'm looking forward to this tonight. Mr. Gandhi, thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for sharing your experience and message. Very powerful, what you said in few words. Really appreciate it. So next, we would like to invite the community leaders to promote the diversity and also learn more about the community leaders. For facilitating that, I would like to invite Raki Israni to come up on the stage. Raki has been the leader in promoting the interfaith and community relationships, so she will brief about the organizations.
So thank you. It's very nice to be here and to meet all of you. As Jojo Halji just said, our goal is to give back to society. And so with that, I'd like to introduce 9 very special organizations that have been doing exactly that, giving back to the community in various ways, introduce them to all of you. The first organization, and actually just in the interest of time, as I introduce the organization, if the representatives from that organization don't mind standing up so that everyone can see them. The first organization is FIDS, the Foundation for Indian and Indian Diaspora Studies. Sir Kanaraji, great. FIDS is a nonprofit think tank organization which aims to engage the Indian diaspora in the U.S. Through policy studies, analysis, advocacy, and awareness related to issues regarding India and the Indian diaspora. The second organization is KONA, Coalition of Hindus across North America. KONA is one of the active Hindu advocacy organizations in the country. They aim to build a movement to empower Hindus whereby they become meaningful contributors and active participants in their local communities on a wide range of issues. The third organization is BAPS. The Bochan Wasi Sri Akshar Purushottam Swami Narayan Sanstha Mandir is a spiritual, volunteer-driven, faith-based organization that is dedicated to improving society through individual growth while fostering the Hindu ideals of faith, unity, and selfless service. BAPS is active in over 30 countries with over 3,800 centers. In the US, BAPS is one of the largest Hindu organizations with 100 temples across 32 states. More than 2.5 million people visit a BAPS mandir in the US every year. The fourth organization is Yoga Bharati. Sorry, it's very hard to see, so I hope, so Yoga Bharati is a nonprofit organization with the goal of spreading holistic yoga throughout the community. They bring yoga to the society with authentic roots while also striving to make it evidence-based, make it more of an evidence-based science that allows it to effectively address serious conditions such as chronic ailments. They have chapters and activities across the US as well as in many Caribbean countries. They are a branch of Vyasa, which is a yoga university and research center in India. The next organization is Hindu Pact. Hindu Pact is a nonprofit organization with aims to further policy research and advocacy initiatives. They operate in cities across the country. The next organization is Hindu Swayam Sevak Sangh, HSS. HSS is one of the largest Hindu American social, educational, and cultural organizations in the country. HSS aims to coordinate the Hindu American community to practice, preserve, and advance the ideals and values of Hindu Dharma by conducting regular, values-based education programs for children, youth, and adults through more than 251 what are called shakhas, or branches, in 130 cities across 32 states. The seventh organization is Seva International. Seva International is one of the largest Hindu American service organizations in the United States. Seva has over 5,000 volunteers, over 43 chapters, 37 states. It's part of a larger movement that started in India in 1989, is inactive in over 26 countries around the world. They serve humanity irrespective of race, color, religion, gender, or nationality through disaster relief and rehabilitation programs, developmental programs involving the family, the children, women. Seva was named as one of the top 10 donor-supported charities by Benevity in 2021. The eighth organization is Americans for Hindu. A4H is one of the most active and largest super PACs in the country, which aims to further a strong political agenda to protect the rights and objectives of the Hindu American community. And then finally, the ninth organization is Hindu American Foundation. You guys, I can see. So HAF is an educational and advocacy organization that focuses on educating the public about Hindus and Hinduism, and advocating for policies and practices that ensure the well-being of all people and the planet. So I just wanted to give a quick overview of the organizations that are represented today and the good work, the amazing work that they're doing not only for this society, but for the country and for the world in general. So now with that, I actually like to introduce our next speaker, which is Mihir Meghani. Mihir is a co-founder and board member of IACF. He's an ER doctor at Kaiser, and he's personally a great friend of mine. He's one of the most good-hearted people that I know. Mihir.
Thanks a lot, Rocky. It's been great coming to the IACF dinner year after year, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of new faces. It's a great event talking about unity. But today I'm going to talk about a subject that we haven't talked about at this event in the past. We've talked about many, many other topics. Black Lives Matter, LGBTQ rights, the Me Too movement, anti-Semitism, phobias against various religions. But we haven't talked about the subject of anti-Hindu hate and Hindu phobia. And that's what I'm going to talk about. But next slide, Kaushik. I want to mention that while I represent the Hindu American Foundation, there are many, many groups here, as Rocky mentioned, who are very active on the issues that we're talking about today. Indo-American Community Federation, HSS, A4H, Kona, Hindu Pact, and many of the temples here. So we stand united in this presentation. So this topic of anti-Hindu hate and Hindu phobia is very important. It's a topic that's gained more interest because of Hindu phobia and anti-Hindu hate that's happened across the US, Canada, and the UK, and it's increased in the past year or two. In California locally, it's also manifested itself, as shown in the next slide. Next slide, Kaushik. I want to give you 3 examples of concrete things that many of you know as elected officials and members of the community. The leftmost image here shows a statue of the Apostle of Peace, Mahatma Gandhi, beheaded. That was at a Hindu temple in the United States, and there have been 5 such incidents of Mahatma Gandhi's statues being desecrated across North America and in the UK. The middle image shows an incident that happened during the Festival of India event, which many of you also attend, in 2022 in Fremont, where a Hindu customer was physically and verbally assaulted. And I want to give a big shout out to our Fremont Police Department. Our Fremont Police Chief is here, and our Fremont City Council members for stepping in and prosecuting this, for stepping in and giving evidence to our prosecution for this to be a hate crime. It was a big, big incident where there were racist slurs, religious slurs, physical assault, somebody spitting on the food of this individual at the restaurant because they hated the person's religion, Hinduism, and where they came from, which was India. And the third image here is an image of the recent attack on the consulate of India in San Francisco, as well by people who had issues with the community overall. Next slide. This slide shows a bunch of terms that some of you who were at the City of Fremont Council meeting on Tuesday heard. That Hindus are cow piss drinkers. They have dual loyalty. They're idolaters. They're heathens. Do you remember hearing these terms in history? Do you remember from some of the communities you all represent as well? These terms being used to marginalize us, attack us, and demonize us. That's what happened. That's what's been happening more and more across the country, and it happened on Tuesday as well. Now I want to thank at this moment, I mentioned the Fremont City Council meeting. I know our mayor, the mayor of Fremont, city that I live in and where I practice as an emergency doctor, is not here. But we have 2 of our city council members here, 3 city council members that Councilmember Rod Salwin recognized, Teresa Cox, Teresa Keng as well. On behalf of the community here, all the groups we mentioned, we are extremely happy that the city of Fremont, for the first time ever in the history of the United States, of any city in California, issued a proclamation against anti-Hindu hate and Hindu phobia this Tuesday. Let's give a round of applause to those city council members. Let's give a standing ovation for what they did there in the face of some really, really extreme elements. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On behalf of 40,000 Hindu residents in Fremont, in the local area, 300,000 in the Bay Area, the whole Hindu community, the Sikh community, the Indian community, and the people of India, 1.2 billion people, thank you very much for recognizing that. Next slide. Now, we cut this presentation down because we're going to try to give some time back so you can all socialize. So we cut this down, but I want to show you a few more things. You've all been to Diwali programs, right? You've all celebrated Diwali with friends at the temple, the BAPS temple, the YVP temple in Santa Clara. You've heard about Diwali as one of the most important festivals. But people who are also Hindu-phobic are attacking the festival, saying it's cultural hegemony, that it discriminates against people. These are some of the extreme statements that are coming out. Next slide. There was a study that just came out this week that talked about an increase in bullying. 60% of students in the report that the nonprofit I'm with, the Hindu American Foundation, 60% of students reported that there was a focus on caste in their section on India and Hinduism, and because of that, students were feeling isolated, and this was leading to depression, and for many students, suicide. Next slide. The Rutgers University last year came out with the first ever study on anti-Hindu hate and disinformation, and they said there was a huge increase on this within the last few years, mostly by entities on the internet that had a grudge against Hindus and India. And this study was also repeated in the past week in the United Kingdom. And there's another study also in the UK that came out this week that corroborated the fact that bullying of Hindu students was increasing. Next slide. On this, you may not see this here, but there's a definition of Hindu phobia, which is very similar to what you may understand. In terms of anti-hate, in terms of hate against the community that you're from. If you're African American, you're from another Asian community, you're LGBT, we're all together in this when there's hate. So there's a definition there that talks about what Hindu phobia and anti-Hindu hate is. It's behaviors toward Hindus and Hinduism and Hindus that manifest as prejudice, fear, or hatred. We have all experienced some prejudice, fear, or hatred. So we need to stand together, no matter which community is affected. And I hate to say it, but Hindu phobia has increased to the point where our community's waking up and we're talking about this. And that's why a resolution from the Georgia state legislature a few months ago, and why the Fremont City Council proclamation was extremely important to us. And we hope all of you here, elected officials, will take this on and make sure that you let your constituents know, like you've done on discrimination against the LGBT community, against African Americans, against Asians overall, against Jews and anti-Semitism, against Islamophobia, that you speak out, let us know and let the whole community know that we're not going to tolerate Hindu phobia. Thank you. Now, the last slide I want to talk about is something that's extremely important to many of us here. We want to talk to you about SB 403. It's a bill in the California Senate that the community is extremely concerned about. And we want you to study this and think about it and talk to many of the groups that we've mentioned here. Many of us feel that this is a bill that's targeting South Asians, Indians, and also other minorities that are mentioned in this bill, which includes Nigerian communities, South Americans, and Japanese. But this bill, SB 403, implicates South Asians because it's a bill that focuses on caste. All of us here are against discrimination in all forms. But what this bill presumes to do is to solve a problem, but it creates another one. It's going to create a law that we believe is unconstitutional. It's discriminatory. It eliminates protection and due process for our community, because what it does, it profiles South Asians and assumes that they have a caste when many of us, including myself, born here, do not have that identity. We're proud to be Indians, we're proud to be Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, Christians, whatever religion we are, and we're proud to be Americans, but this bill is going to divide us. It's going to divide the community. Some of the temples here are extremely concerned because it's going to impact them into now having to ask a question about identity, which they did not bring here, the identity of caste. It's going to impact students who are very concerned because they're not talking to each other about caste. They're talking to each other about school, sports, other topics, but now they're going to have to face students who are from non-South Asian communities asking them what caste they are, and then create hierarchies. Think about how that's going to impact the students. I know there are many people here from school boards and boards of education. There's a lot more we can talk about this, so what we've done is there's a business card being handed out to you where you can scan a link and go to the website to learn more about it. But what I want to tell you is this. We've all been in these fights together against hate. We mentioned all the different hate campaigns that we've worked together on as a community. The Indian American, Hindu American community has stood against anti-Semitism. It stood against anti-Asian hate, LGBTQ rights, Me Too movement, the Black Lives Matter movement, and on gun control, as you heard today. But we've never come to you aggressively as elected officials with a request, like all of us today are in a united fashion. We haven't asked for much, so when we ask for something, I hope you'll listen to us, read the material that you have, talk to us, but please don't introduce legislation like California SB 403, which would introduce without any of us here from the organizations being asked our opinion before it was introduced. Thank you for listening. We look forward to the dialogue, continue the dialogue in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Meher. Great insights. I think, as you rightly said, there is a big need for the interfaith community relationships and improving the community as a whole. So we have now next speaker, California State Senator Honorable Dave Cortese. He is not here. I think Tara, you're here. Tara is going to quickly share on behalf of Dave Cortese here. Okay, sure. Alex Lee is going to join here with Tara to share message on behalf of Honorable Senator Dave Cortese. Please give him a big round of applause. Congratulations, Tara. She's on the...
Thank you, Dr. Kanda. Yes, and the senator was planning to come, and we have a Senate resolution for IACF, but he got stuck at the Capitol. But what is exciting is we're welcoming a cohort from IACF to the Capitol this Monday, and the state legislature's going to officially proclaim April 24th as Indo-American Community Federation Unity Day in the state of California. So the senator just wanted to share, I think the cultural diversity of our community is really reflected in this room. And as we celebrate our diversity, we want to remind us all that we're part of the same community. And it's only through unity that we're able to work on these very tough issues and pressing issues that the legislature works on every day. And this is exactly why the senator, in partnership with Assemblymember Kalra and many folks in this room, has hosted nonviolence conferences and summits with the concept, the Indian concept of ahimsa, which is using nonviolence to fight oppression. And he wanted to remind folks in this room of that guiding principle. So thank you so much, and I'll turn it to Assemblymember Alex Lee.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alex Lee. I'm the State Assembly member for the 24th Assembly District. Right here, Milpitas is the center of our district, which is actually the most Asian American district in the entire state of California. And thanks to the great unifying efforts of organizations like this is why we are #1 in the state for Asian Americans. And I'm very proud to represent it. And like we heard a lot today about unity, and we need to have a society that's free from discrimination, free from hatred, and we're working very hard each and every day to hear your feedback and making sure that that is the California dream that all immigrants and all families are able to accomplish. So thank you so much for having me here tonight.
Thank you, Assembly Member. Thank you, Tara. Now it's my privilege to invite Honorable Supervisor Susan Ellenberg. She is the President of the County Board of Supervisors. Susan is here, along with maybe if Supervisor Otto Lee is here, please come on, join with us. So, oh, you are here. Thank you, thank you. Susan is a great promoter of the unity and community as a county supervisor and board of the supervisors. She is the president. So it's very honor to have you, and I would like to request share your message, please.
Thank you very much, Ramesh, and congratulations to all of you on the 22nd Unity Dinner for the Indo-American Community Federation. It is an honor to be here and to stand with my colleague and dear friend, Supervisor Otto Lee. And I'll just share a few thoughts with you. I know you've been very patient through a long evening, and there's a bar out there. Santa Clara County is the most diverse county in the most diverse state in the country. And we do so much to celebrate that diversity, to recognize the value and the beauty in one another's communities. And I know that we also can be united, unfortunately, around the ills that impact all of us, whether it's gun violence, mental illness, substance use addiction, hate crimes against, as we heard, really just about every group. Those are the challenges that we have the opportunity to come together and to alleviate. The piece of our diversity that I want to share with you that I think we don't celebrate, and that this is another opportunity for unity. We have tremendous diversity in this county in wealth, in economic opportunities, in access, in structures, and in safety. And that is not a healthy way for a community to thrive. Santa Clara County, Silicon Valley has some of the greatest wealth in the country, and yet we have thousands of people unhoused, unsheltered, suffering and struggling on our streets. Those two things are connected. We don't have such tremendous social problems in spite of the wealth that we have. We actually have them because of that. So it is so critical to think about everybody thriving, everybody having the opportunity to be safely housed and to have access to sufficient food and to have access to a high-quality education and to feel safe in their neighborhoods. All of us belong. One of the biggest challenges that we are facing right now is trying to build enough housing for every resident in our community. And what I want to leave you with is really a plea to think about celebrating our diversity, but coming together to take care of one another, to make sure that no one is left behind and that no one feels that they cannot be a part of and welcome in whatever your particular community is. Again, I am so grateful for the services that the Federation provides, for your beautiful focus on unity within diversity. I stand here to be a ready partner with any and all of you, and it's with great pride that Supervisor Lee and I present a commendation on the occasion of the 22nd Unity Dinner.
Kathy Kimberlin, you had something. Can you please come?
I just want to say, Jivan, you're amazing. I've been here at least 10 times, and we've been doing this well over decades, and now 22 years, wow, just amazing. Thank you, keep up your good work.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kathy Kimberlin from Dave Hubbard's Alameda County Supervisor Office. Kathy, please come on. I think you want to share a quick message from the Dave Hubbard.
I did not leave. I'm here representing Supervisor David Halbert. Why would I leave? He is sorry that he cannot be here tonight. He cannot be enjoying your company, the diversity, the unity, the great food, the drinks, the talking, the pictures, but he will be here in the future. And we have a commendation for you, which is a small token to say thank you for bringing us together. The supervisor truly believes in your message. An example of that is in a couple weeks he's going to have, he's doing an event, the National Day of Prayer, which brings all the faiths together to celebrate their diversity and with peace and unity. So this is definitely in his wheelhouse. Okay. Thank you.
And I would also like to mention with gratitude that Supervisor Dave Hubbard, he also is a sponsor of this unity event. And thank you. Thanks to you. Picture time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, she already, I think. तन्मय, आप mobilize करो. Yes.
Hello, everyone. I am the mayor of Milpitas. Welcome to our beautiful, beautiful city. So we are here with, I'm here with the mayor. We are the two women mayors, thank goodness. And we are going to give this presentation. So congratulating the Indo-American Community Federation for this wonderful unity dinner. This is so important to bring people together, to understand different cultures, because that's what brings, that's understanding is what brings peace in the world. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Lisa Gilmore, Mayor of Santa Clara, and I want to echo Mayor Montano's comments in recognition of this Unity Dinner, the 22nd Annual Unity Dinner. Congratulations from the City of Santa Clara. Thank you.
Thank you, mayors. Now we are going to move into the next segment of the cultural programs in between. So right now I would like to invite a fashion show by Tanmay team here. Please welcome them onto the stage. Please come onto the stage here. So probably you can give a better introduction when you come here. Please tell us about your team.
Frontier is a great store. It just opened up just a short time back. And he's such a good-looking man here. And his product there is beautiful. It's awesome. When I ran into that, when I went into that store, I was amazed. It's all the beautiful things from India you can buy. And you can say a few words.
Yeah, well, first I want to introduce myself. My name is Tanmay Asija of Frontier Heritage. This is our third Indian clothing showroom. We are located in Fremont. Our original stores are in Artesia, California, down in LA, as well as Toronto. So this is our third location here. We're very glad to be here. It's only been about a month or so. And I will say every single person I've met so far, whether it's tonight or whether it's earlier this month in our new showroom, has been nothing but amazingly welcoming for us being in the area. So we're really excited to be a part of the community and bring something else different to this there. When Jeevan Ji came in first, walking to my showroom, we immediately clicked, and he's been nothing but gracious and really discussing this. So I was really happy to come out to this event as he invited me, and I thought I'd just break up the speeches a little bit and bring some entertainment towards you guys. So let's have the girls run at it.
Thank you for joining us. Now let's have a wonderful fashion show.
Is this all it's gonna be? Gold dust shimmers on my feet, they lay me down and the sky turned pink. And is this all it's gonna be? Gold dust shimmers on my feet, and they lay me down and the sky turned pink. Una me storia cilia, prošli me storia pilia. रंगों की कहानियाँ चक चक के बहते हैं उंगलियाँ चट गईयाँ। करता है रब बांधेगा, तू दबा के वो तो भागेगा जब आएगा सवेरा। आसमान में सुरख तू बना दे, उस पर ही तो है ना दिन का बसेरा। Walking on a tightrope, singing in the lifeboat. Why they wanna medicate me like a sick joke? And I don't wanna let go, never mind your door. And if I get a tummy ache, yeah, I'll just take a pep talk. Una me storia cilia, prošli me storia pilia. रंगों की कहानियाँ चक चक के बहते हैं उंगलियाँ चट गईयाँ। Alright, my 4 o'clock, so don't worry about it now, worry about it now. And we both know I've been here all along, so don't worry when I'm gone, worry when I'm gone. लोरियां सुनाने दे आई, थकी थकी झपकी है आई, थोड़ी सी मोहलत है, खर्चेंगे हौले से, गिनी चुनी सांस लाई।
Yeah. Let's give them a big round of applause for the very energetic fashion show. Thank you. So now we are moving into the next segment in the community, in the business community. We commend a lot of people do great things. Applause to everyone. On this occasion, we have selected to recognize 4 of them today. So 4 teams. So this is a great honor for our organization to introduce them in front of you. So first, I would like to invite Deepak Ganju. Deepak ji, are you here? Okay. Deepak ji, please come on to the stage. Deepak ji runs a wealth management company, and he's associated with wealth management for several years. He's been educating the community about how to manage their financials and, all the good things about, to save the money and how to manage finances. So with that, if Deepak ji is here, please come on to the stage.
We have our police chief, Fremont Police Chief, Sean Washington. Can I have the pleasure to have you here, Sean? Fremont Police Department has been doing a phenomenal job, as you all know, keeping us safe and doing all kinds of things to keep us safe. And the police chief, Sean Washington, he's an amazing police chief. Thank you, Sean. So sorry that it got delayed. We just had a little delay in the program, so kindly.
Well, hello everyone. How's everybody doing? Isn't this fantastic? Yeah. Well, I just want to say how honored I am to be here today. I'm humbled. Last year was the first year that I attended this wonderful event. And I got to say, it really did inspire me. I was so impressed with what the organization represents, diversity, inclusion, and unity. It really motivated me to take some of the work that's done by this fine organization and try to apply that to our police department. Developing programs that are community-based, having the community embed themselves within our police department to teach us and learn from all the variety of cultures and experiences and religions that are present in our fine city and the region. So I continue to serve utilizing the foundation of organizations like this and our community. Jivan, you don't realize what you meant to me as far as coming in as a brand new police chief in the city of Fremont and having someone like you leading an organization like this and really guiding my decisions as I move forward. If you don't know, he serves on my chief's advisory committee in which we talk about a variety of issues to include diversity, unity, and those type of things. So with that motivation, we were able to, with my staff, develop community-based cultural programs. Every single new police officer that comes into the City of Fremont Police Department is trained from the community. The community trains these officers 16 hours, 2 days. They go to various cultural groups, they get presentations, and they get the experiences from our community, which I think is fantastic. But that didn't come from me. That came from the community who really wanted to push and make sure that our police officers had that experience. We were able to develop our youth advisory board as well, which was fantastic, and that is made up of a bunch of young people that come from our community. And so, we still have challenges as we move forward, but the satisfaction that I and others in the police department get is our ability to communicate and engage with our community. As was stated earlier, no matter what culture you are or what you believe or who you love, we are all in this together. So I thank you so much for allowing me to be here today, and I wish everyone well. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Deepak Ganju is here, our great leader. For many years, he's been a strong supporter for us. So on this occasion, we would like to recognize him as a lifetime achievement. Please give a big round of applause, Deepak ji. Thank you.
Mr. Deepak Gunju has been a supporter not only of this organization, but so many other organizations, very silently. Nobody finds out what he does day in and day out. And, you know, to have someone like Deepak Gunju in the community, it is a blessing for all of us. And we're very grateful to him for doing what he does. Thank you, Deepak ji. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeevan ji, for I see you year after year serving the community, being a great leader to the community, and I'll always be here to support you. Thank you.
And last not the least, we have an architect of repute, someone who is doing a lot of work internationally, and he's none other than Sanjeev Bhandari. Sanjeev ji, are you here? I know he was going to leave. He's here. Thank you for waiting. Very sorry that the program got delayed. But as you all know, it's nobody's fault.
Thank you very much, Jeevanji. We know each other for more than 25 years. You've been doing an extremely wonderful job, and we hope for next 25 years you keep doing this job. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think who is? Oh, yeah. Ken, are you here? Ken is the founder of the Urban League of Greater San Francisco Bay Area. And it's an amazing organization which is doing wonders only in a very short time. Ken Maxey himself personally has been a great support to a lot of nonprofits and to our organization also. He has always been there to support us. Ken Maxey, the Urban League of Greater San Francisco Bay Area, Community Organization of the Year. Please give a big hand. Ken.
First, let me thank the Indo-American icon in California, Mr. Jeevan Zutri, for his work just tirelessly. I mean, I never talked to this man as he ever not doing something in regards to fighting for people and justice. So thank you, Jeevan, for always recognizing that. I'm very grateful for this recognition, particularly at this time in history, when we continue to see increases of hate in our communities. We must defeat those spouting hate and those that are trying to divide our communities. The Urban League of the Greater San Francisco Bay Area is a historical civil rights organization focused on African Americans and underrepresented communities. The civil rights struggle of today cannot be won without us all working together. I don't know about you, but November 2024 seems a little bit too close for me, because there's so much hate going on in this country. We have an election that is less than 2 years away, and I'm hoping that each one of you that are sitting out there and those that are not sitting out there and that will hopefully watch this video in the future will make a pledge with me tonight by saying, I will do all I can to register voters who practice and celebrate diversity. We are a country that currently is on the edge. There are those that want to continue to see our country be divided and are supporting countries and supporting leaders in countries that may not necessarily be the right leaders for our country to be supporting. So I'm calling upon each one of you here, and of course this organization, to continue the good fight. Let's make sure we register voters. Let's make sure we get people out in the next 12 months to elect the best president for the United States of America in 2024. Thank you, Jivan.
Thank you so much, Ken. I'm going to present to you someone that you may not have met in a while, but she came to this event back in 2003, and she continued to support this event. Not only she loves this event because of the theme, the unity, but also she donated this beautiful banner that you see in the back. She donated to us without even telling us that she was sending us a banner. We had a very small banner, and she got it for us. And we are so honored that she's back to this event again with her beautiful, all the team. And I'm talking about none other than Dr. Tae Yoon Kim. Dr. Kim is a global leader. She's founder of global, what's the name of the company? The Global Lighthouse. It's a worldwide solutions thing. She is multi-talented. She's also a grandmaster, and she's someone who motivates people. And you will hear her. When you hear her, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. When she was here in 2004 or 5, she broke those bricks, remember? And everybody was like, what's going on? And she has that kind of mastery. And she's a beautiful woman. And her team, they're all beautiful people. Dr. Tae Yoon Kim, can we have the honor to have you here?
Wow. Are you having a good time? You know what? We've been sitting there a long time, and I'm a martial artist. I will tell you this. We need good health. That means how you can really good working out, give a big hand. Try it. Give a big hand. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Japan. This is wonderful to see you. Wonderful to see you. Today, I really want to share that with you. I want to talk about, we all talking about violence, and we're talking about, prejudices. We're talking about a lot of challenge. But I really want to talk about today to you. I just get over my shingle 3 times.
I just broke my ankles, my ribs. This is first time, actually, I can walk on it. I am so excited. When I heard, when he invited me, I said, yes, I'll be there. It's first time I can wear my shoes and I can walk. So my point is that, all of you, I came to this country 23 years old. Right now, I am 79. What do you think? So, my topic is value. Rejoice in the lesson of the pain and hurt. It gives you strength. It gives you freedom.
What is all about here? United into diversity. Why we are screaming it, why we are speaking out our voices, diversity, together, unity, power of unity. Because you need it, I need it, we all need it. You don't agree with me? Come on, give a big hand. Try it, try it. It's good for you. You know what? I know it is a long day today, so I'm not going to talk really long, but all I know that this man right here, you all know him, but I don't know, you need to find like what he does, inner warrior spirit. You need to find, rise, inner warrior spirit. Why? When you don't have a heart, nothing you can do about it. We all come this world one way. We are all going to be goodbye to this world another way. You and I, the same way we're going to go. But point is between what are we doing in our life? How do we handle? We have so many leaders in this room. My great honor to, I cannot name all to you, but I am saluting to you. You are the hero community. That's what I believe in. You know, when we speak, when I was in the shingle Chiban, and my shingle went to my eyes, my doctor told me, 5 doctors, my eye doctor told me, you're not going to get your eyesight. Do you know what that means? I thought so, I will never will see your beautiful face. But you know what? I'm a warrior. I was so determined I'm going to fight. And I did it working out, and I did it meditate, I prayed all I can, give me my eyesight back. You know, everybody's saying it, that you want to looking for something in your world, in your life. You know, earlier, and I was approached by the 4 amazing, from the 17 and the 16 years old teenager. They approached me. It's Dr. Kim, what is your secret? You know, my secret is rejoice in the lesson of the pain and hurt. Do not let anybody stealing your dreams. Do not let anybody clipping your wing. You have the power to, you can rise. You know what? You're all sitting there, and I don't know how you're sitting there. Your body is not healthy. Move your body. That means give a big hand if you agree. Yeah. Right? So I want you to know that because it's really late and because it's really time, I want to say one thing for sure. Even you, Jaban, even you, even me. No one can eat for me. No one can sleep for me when I'm tired. No one can weep for you. Not even your mom and dad. You know what that means? Still, you have to be your own. And you have to find your dreams. When I came to this nation, I was 23, my first job cleaning Howard Johnson. They don't even serve me. When I first paycheck, I want to serve my mom and dad.
the American mayors. They don't even invite me in. I'm good enough to clean to their place, but I wasn't good enough to eating to their place. What do you think about that? How sad that it is that we all have a red blood. We all have a pain, celebrate again. But yet, who's better than you? That is, you have to find the value. You serve. You need the value of you, value of a family, value of the community, value of the society, value of this nation, value of the planet of Earth. Treat each other as like you want to be treated. No one higher, no one lower. I believe we all equal. But who make that determined? You serve to make that determined. You have to take the ownership. That's what I want to say. Today is my birthday because I never celebrate my birthday when I grown up because I was a girl. You're supposed to learn how to cook and sew. I will find your husband, produce a 12 son. My life is all laid out in my country. But you know what? I have a more than 12 sons. I have a more than 12 family. I have all of you as my family I adopted. So you see, I want to ask you, before we go more, stand up everybody second. You've been sitting there a long time. You need the blood moving. That's why I was dancing around earlier. Now we're going to have a great dancer. This is coming out next. Please stand up everybody. Can you stand up? Come on, can you stand up? Let's stand up, please. Okay, you see that screen saying it? My final message, let's break through all the obstacles. Let's find our inner warriorship. So you're going to say, you see that? He can do, she can do, why not me? You're going to shout it out. I promise you, your dreams become your reality. So, okay, Paul, could you demonstrate right here? Everybody say, 1, 2, 3. He can do, she can do, why not me? A breakthrough the awesome. Can you demonstrate? Ready, go! He can do, she can do, why not me? Woo-hoo! Breakthrough the awesome! Right? That's my message to you, Jaban. Can you do that? Here, oh, that's a young man. Oh, that's a young man right here. He said, come over here, come over here, come over. You too. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it. I say, hey, come on, all the young men. But come here. They don't want to approach me about how do you do it. This young generation, they are your future leader. Don't you know that? They're your future leader. So we're going to say, he can do, she can do, why not me together? 1, 2, 3, go! He can do, she can do, why not me? Ah, he can do, she can do, come on. He can do, she can do, why not me? Break through the awesome! Thank you, Chairman. I have also something for you. Thank you for 22 years long friendship. You all survived through the pandemic. You all survived through the natural disaster. You're all heroes. I'm sure you lost some of your family and friends, but you are here. Do not give up your dreams. Make through. And let's remember this beautiful, come over here, my dear, come on. You see? Yes, please introduce yourself. Start to you.
Hi, I'm Arish, and I'm a junior in Irvington High School.
Hi, I'm Madhav. I'm a senior at Irvington High School.
Hi, I'm Samir. I'm a junior at Irvington High School.
I'm Shub, and I'm a junior at Irvington High School.
My name is Revant, and I'm a junior at Basis.
So you see, wherever I go, I always surrounded by young spirit, because they are going to be leading this planet Earth. I want you to know that. You and I, in about another 7 years, it's going to be 2030. I don't know how old I'm going to be 2030. Oh, it's like 79 and another 7 years old. I don't want to calculate it. But you know what, Javan, come over here. Come over here, sweetheart. You know what? You are so blessed having such a leadership man like him. Really, you're really blessed. You know, sometimes we are so close to each other, you do not see the value. What does that mean? I really want you to recognize it. Say hello to each other, say thank you, and express your appreciation. Okay? So can I have my plaque? Okay, thank you. I have something for you, sweetie. Okay. To read it aloud.
This is a plaque. It's a Can-Do Spirit Appreciation Award presented to Javan Satucci. I'll read it here. The founder of the Indo-American Community Federation. Whereas you have been very active and involved in finding a peaceful solution to the hundreds of thousands of Kashmir refugees fleeing their homes. Whereas you founded the Indo-American Community Federation to encourage Indo-Americans to become more involved in mainstream issues affecting them in America. Whereas you started hosting unity dinners in 2002 to bring diverse cultures together to fight hate crimes and disinformation and to promote harmony. I, Grandmaster Dr. Tae-Yun Kim, hereby present this Can-Do Spirit Appreciation Award to recognize your commitment to peace and unity in the world. He can do, she can do, why not me? Breakthrough to awesome!
I want to present this to you, the witness of this young spirit, Japan. Okay, congratulations. I just say every day my birthday. Today is my wedding day too. Every day my wedding day. Thank you. My birthday is February 2nd. But I say every day because my family never celebrate my birthday to me because I was born as a girl. So I celebrate every day. Thank you.
It's a sheer coincidence because we were going to honor her and we didn't know that she's going to, do this. But thank you so much. And will you please accept our humble, felicitation? Okay. So this is, by the way, where we got another new banner. It came today. It came today, a new banner, beautiful. And, this is an appreciation award which is presented to Grandmaster Dr. Tae-Yun Kim, who is the founder and chairman of Lighthouse World Solutions and global ambassador of Kuikwan World Taekwondo headquarters. We are grateful for the many ways in which you have supported the Indo-American Community Federation and the unity dinners over the years. Your lifelong dedication and commitment to promoting unity and peace have inspired us all to strive for a better world. Thank you for being a shining example of what it means to live a life of purpose and service. And it's presented to you with a lot of respect and humility. Thank you.
Thank you.
By the way, the wine you see on the tables, she brought it. It was donated by Dr. Tae-Yun Kim. And we are very, very grateful to her, and we really wish we have more people like Dr. Kim. Thank you all. And thank you, all of you. You have so much to learn today, right? Yes, certainly. Dr. Condon, please come.
Together, surrounding.
Come.
Thank you very much. All right. So we have a raffle, and we've got some of your names here. So we're going to go ahead. I'm going to need. So these are just gift baskets. So this is all in the gift basket. Perfect. I love it. So here we go. We're going to draw. This is the official name drawer. We have incredible gift baskets here. So go ahead. We got the first name. And the first name is?
Man, I can't read this.
Whoa, that's hard to read.
Oh, Angus Cochrane. I think he left. Angus, are you still here?
Angus Cochrane? Wonderful. Well, we have an email. He's going to get we have a leather backpack. We have briefcases, purses, wallets, wine, all kinds of incredible things. So, and the next name. Yeah. Woo-hoo. Okay. Yeah, all right. And the next name is? Huh? Oh! He pulled himself. He's the winner! It's him. Wait a minute. All right. Get it later. Okay, Mr. Jim.
Another big drawing here.
So we have Matt.
I think it looks like it must be from Chamber of Commerce. So it is Matt, because Cindy Bonnier was here, so Matt must be the public relations, the government relations director. So yes, I think he has his email address also here. Here. Thank you.
Very good. And we've got, what, 2 more now? 2 more names to go? All right, here we go.
Where's the music? Here we go. Oh, drum roll.
Oh, Peter Childress. Peter, are you still here? Hey, look at that. Awesome. Peter Childress, yes. He's a wonderful man. All wonderful people got this. You know, what is this? That's why I didn't get one.
All right, you're going to enjoy some incredible gifts. We also have some, Chairman Kim has a company called Silver Rain, with wellness products and healing creams, and you're going to enjoy all of that. All right.
Thank you for coming, Peter. Such an honor. Thank you.
Okay, one more, the final winner of the night.
Drum roll, here we go. Okay, Jivan.
Mashika P. Mashika, are you out there?
Mashika, are you here?
I heard clapping. Here we go. Yeah, oh, there she is. Okay. All right, Mashika.
Cutest Mishika. Cutest Mishika.
Awesome.
Mishika, now I get to hug you.
Wow, that's great. Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. To Yeon Kim, for the very inspiring message and also wonderful, wonderful prizes involving all of us, all of the audience as well. Really enjoyed your message and inspiring words. Thank you so much, Dr. To Kim.
And we have had these beautiful dancers waiting who are going to showcase their culture, their Mexican dance. Please come. And sorry we're so late.
So we have a lot of food outside. If anybody feeling hungry, please grab a bite and thoroughly enjoy the cultural programs we have. Lot of them. It's just starting now with this, and we have Bollywood and also other, karaoke singing. So please stay back and enjoy the show.
Is Martha Alvarez here? Where is Martha? Hey, Martha. Awesome, Martha. Okay, thank you. Sorry about the getting late, okay?
would like to invite our friend from long time. She doesn't look that old, but she's a long time friend for the Indian community and I know her from when she was 16-year-old. So, Bijaya Suri.
Thank you, Ji. And first of all, good evening. And those of you who are left here to enjoy the program, we will not regret. We will have an amazing program. And big round of applause to our performers from all the way from Mexico. What a thrilling performance it was. And if you are ready to be totally celebrate a Friday evening, our next performance is just about that. It's coming all the way from Aero Dance Academy, Director Ranjini Manda, and we have 9 amazingly talented young adults who's going to really rock the stage. Enjoy the next performance. Second, thank you so much. After a school day, getting ready and coming here and waiting for this long, I thank you, your director, and all the parents who are present here, and thank you for bringing them. May I ask you guys to quickly announce your names so we can bring the next group?
I'm Haresh Pusarla.
Hi there, I'm Arnav. I'm Anj Gala.
I'm Vihas Upalapati.
I'm Sahil Mehta. I'm Anish Patnis. And I'm Arun Sarkar. And this was Aero Dance!
Thank you so much. I now.
Wow, what an energetic dance here. So thank you all for, staying back and encouraging all the youngsters here who put together a wonderful, wonderful, energetic dance for us. So thank you Aero Dance and thank you all the performance here today. It's not done yet. So we have food and we have music, more to come. So here our own Prasad Mangina is the Bay Area karaoke team lead and he's a great singer himself. So give him a big round of applause.
Okay, thank you, Ramesh. For those who are there, please come and join us in the front rows, Please come in. Join us in the front tables. So we also have a surprise element today. Our own Jeevanji will sing a nice romantic duet song. So more to come, more to come. Hello. Okay, we'll kickstart the program with a nice, how many fans of Sridevi here? Sridevi. So what's the most favorite song of Sridevi's? One of the most, I would say. Yeah, one more. Yes, Hava, yes, yeah. Can beat the song. I'd like to invite a very, very talented girl, Anika. She's just, I think, around 13, 14 years, but her voice is excellent, you'll see it.
So my name is Anika Prasad. I will be singing Hava Hawaii from the movie Mr. India, sung by Kavita Krishnamurti ji.
So excellent, Anika. So brief intro about you. What are you studying and where do you learn your music?
I learn Carnatic music from two teachers. I learned from Raki Arnott, lives in the local Bay Area, and I also learned from Pavani Vaisarsu. She lives in Hyderabad, India.
What are you studying?
I'm just studying, 8th grade stuff, math, science.
Oh, no. I mean, which grade you are, which grade? So as you can see, she's very young, an excellent singer, very good, bright prospect for us. Okay, good job, ma. Please sit down. We'll bring her back again. Thank you. So now, the man of the hour, Jivanji, will sing a nice romantic song today with another beautiful, should I say girl or a lady? Yeah. So Tanya, so just a brief intro about Tanya. Okay, Tanya is a computer science student and loves music and popular young versatile vocalist in the Bay Area, and she performed in lot of fundraisers and events around. Additionally, she is the host of Sitare TV and winner of My Dream Miss Asia World 2021. Okay, not on the resume.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya, and we...
Viruji. Hello. Thank you, Viruji.
So we will be presenting a wonderful song, Dil Hai Ki Manta Nahi. This is going to be my first time singing it, so please excuse any mistakes that I make.
So wonderfully done, Jivanji, and very well done, Tanya. Excellent, excellent, excellent.